Welcome to the Heartland Institute's Climate Reality Forum, Day 2. We're here in Glasgow, Scotland, where the United Nations is hosting their 26th Conference of the Parties, because I guess the first 25 didn't solve global warming. Maybe number 26 will do so. We're here to provide the actual truth about global warming science, economics, policy, and related issues. So we have a great program lined up for you today, but before we get to that, just a couple notes here about Day 1 and the events that occurred at the UN facility yesterday. It's very interesting here. I'm looking at, I'm going to pull up on my cell phone. Here's from the Daily Mail here in the UK. Here's the headline of a story from this morning. COP out. Biden leads the exodus of world leaders from Glasgow as they jet home after just 48 hours, leaving negotiation teams behind to thrash out the detail on how to save the world. My goodness, we had 30,000 people here in Glasgow, Scotland, including heads of state from all over the world. This is the biggest carbon dioxide super spreader event of the year. And yet, what's it all for? World leaders came in, they posed for pictures, they were able to say they were here at the Conference of the Parties, and yet they stayed for 48 hours and left. Nothing more than a photo op. Shame on you. If you truly believe in a climate crisis, what are you doing flying out here, spreading all your carbon dioxide emissions on your airplanes, your private jets, getting together, and then immediately turning around and flying home? Shame on you. What it really shows is that Joe Biden and the other world leaders who are here promoting the notion of a climate crisis don't believe half the garbage that they're selling. If they truly believed that global warming is the greatest threat facing humanity, you think they'd get together and talk about it. Heck, you think they'd do this via Zoom rather than spreading carbon dioxide emissions by flying here from all over the world. As I mentioned yesterday, we certainly had a lot of political posturing from these world leaders. Boris Johnson stated that we are 1 minute to midnight on the world destruction clock. We are facing global destruction of human civilization greater than at any point in our history. Even the Cuban Missile Crisis didn't surpass our current climate emergency. That's what they say. And yet leaders fly in, 30,000 people fly in from around the world. World leaders fly out after 2 days. Absolutely unbelievable. Also, we at the Heartland Institute, we are staying in Edinburgh because once the UN announced its climate conference in Glasgow, they had already booked most all the hotel rooms in Glasgow. So the closest we can get was Edinburgh. And when I landed at the Edinburgh airport, I noticed Air Force One sitting on the runway. My taxi driver pointed out, said, yes, your president just arrived. And there were actually two planes, one Air Force One, the other whatever they call it that's like it. Why didn't Joe Biden fly into Glasgow? Edinburgh to Glasgow is farther away than Baltimore to Washington, D.C. Well, the reason, I imagine, from what I'm told by people who know Scotland well, is that Edinburgh is a much nicer place to stay than Glasgow. Seems to be the case for me. Joe Biden has a nice place in Edinburgh because, well, it's nicer to stay. And his whole caravan of however many vehicles driving back and forth to Glasgow, who cares about the carbon dioxide emissions of that? It's nicer to stay in Edinburgh, regardless of the climate crisis. By the way, another note about Joe Biden and his plans. As was mentioned yesterday, Christopher Monckton mentioned the $500 billion, I think it was Monckton, it might have been Mark Morano, mentioned the $500 billion climate provisions in the budget reconciliation bill, $555 billion to address climate change. Now let's break that down by the number of American households. $555 billion equates to nearly $5,000 per American household. Do you really want to pay $5,000 extra to the government? By the way, and that's just for this particular package. Of course, climate change programs are part of the infrastructure bill and other Biden programs. But let's just say the budget reconciliation package. Do you really want to pony up $5,000 for this nonsense? I don't think most Americans do. I think we saw a little bit of that in the elections yesterday, where the Democrats who are pushing a radical climate agenda, by all means there are many other issues that are important too, but nevertheless, did not fare very well. Climate alarmism doesn't sell because climate alarmism simply is not real. It is a delusion designed to give more money and power to government. So here we are, day 2 of the Heartland Climate Reality Forum, and we will be presenting the facts that back up what I just said. And it's not just me. We have folks from organizations from around the world, organizations that bring the truth to the climate reality and climate change debate. Now, one of the focuses of our efforts is with young people. And we are very proud to present our first speaker is a young adult from Germany. And as I mentioned yesterday, I met Naomi Seibt 2 years ago at a climate conference by our friends at the European Institute for Climate and Energy in Germany. And while I was attending and watching the presentations, I noticed this young lady who was just paying such close attention to the speakers, taking notes, afterwards asking very insightful questions, very knowledgeable on the climate change debate and many other topics. And I asked about her. And I was told that she was an influencer in Germany, a social media influencer. She was very popular on social media, and as well-spoken and as well-composed as she was, we at the Heartland Institute, we wanted to give her a broader audience. Now, she already had a very large audience in Germany and outside of Germany, but we brought her to the United States of America. We brought her to present at the annual CPAC meeting in 2020, and she was a sensation, making very impressive and compelling media appearances for American media outlets and global media outlets. We continue to stay in touch with Naomi Seibt. Naomi Seibt is somebody that, for as much as the media pumps up Greta Thunberg as the voice of the young generation, here is a true voice for common sense, for wise public policy, for a young generation and for all generations. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Naomi Seibt, appearing via video.
Welcome to the world of climate realism, where we expose the climate panic and bring you the science that will convince you with facts and reason and evidence there is nothing to be feared because there will be no climate apocalypse. The topic which I'm going to address today is: what is the motivation behind climate socialism? Is it truly a benevolent attempt to save the world? Or is it an excusable misunderstanding of differing opinions in science? Or is it an evil narrative designed to keep us dependent on a small, powerful elite of energy providers? Climate activists did not rise out of a genuine crisis. Before climate activists embraced their mission, they were deliberately starved of all that is meaningful, of every kind of perspective and orientation in life. And this lack of a meaningful goal to pursue with their whole identity, that grew even bigger throughout this equally fear-orchestrated phantom pandemic which we find ourselves in right now. And that's why they are so resentful towards our skeptics. Because we expose a profound discomfort within themselves. Skepticism rips off an emotional band-aid that covers a wound and forces you to self-reflect. Meaninglessness and the circus of fake social media every single day created a vacuum, an emotional vacuum. And everybody wants to prove their virtue. But how? Here's an idea. Become a climate activist. Save the world. But what does that even mean? I don't know, but I don't care. Because if the experts say that this is a meaningful goal and this is something that is very important, then surely if I become a climate activist, that must mean that I'm important. So I'm not even going to question it or educate myself on the science behind it. Because I accept my role as just an activist. But activism used to be something that is actually supposed to be meaningful, and that means understanding what you are fighting for. If you don't know the science, the studies, everything that is tied to what you are promoting in public, That's not noble activism. That is a lie that you are living to prove your own virtue. And that's how they trap the ambitious youth who want to leave their signature on the world with lies. The very essence of humanity is that we always strive for more. Recently, I picked up one of my favorite pieces of literature again, Goethe's Faust. And while this is not going to be a literature education session, I am going to share an analogy with you that I developed as I read the lines. Because I think that this play and its philosophical implications capture the spirit, the intrinsic motivation of man to pursue truth like no other, and also the struggles that come with that pursuit of truth. So, Faust is a professor, a doctor, the most well-educated man on earth, and yet he has reached the point where he does not know how to continue and why. Because he has read and explored all earthly things, and he still feels unfulfilled. So what is there to explore now? How can he still find a greater truth? He seeks more meaning beyond that which is on earth and surrounds him. And so wherever it may present itself, he will try to find meaning. And that might mean even abandoning his morals. And so the devil decides to make a bet with God. He says that he will prove to Faust that there is no meaning in human life after all, and that he can lead him to a life of meaningless self-indulgence with no morals. God is confident, however, that Faust's good character will prevail no matter what, and that his ambition will win in the end. And so the devil visits Faust to throw him off his path to that which is good and meaningful, because the devil denies all meaning. Mephisto craves destruction and mocks creation. Humankind, he says, is doomed and forever tied to its hedonistic greed and suffering. And so he makes a bet with Faust and says that he will only ever experience true joy if he follows the path of hedonism. And Faust agrees to this bet and says, okay, do whatever you want with me. Give me the life of hedonism, and we will find out if it makes me happy, and if it does, then you can get my soul. To complete the analogy, let's have a look at climate activists who are now once again protesting and philosophizing about the worthlessness of the parasite that is humankind. They say that we ought to eliminate that which makes us great, progress. They say that we are supposed to abandon our passionate creation of innovative ways to operate on this planet for a better, healthier and flourishing society for all of us. They say that humanity is not worth our own ambition. They dissect our attempts to pursue truth by censoring us skeptics. And our thoughts are untouchable, yes, but thoughts can only be refined once they are shared with the whole group of humanity, with society. That's the true pursuit of truth. It only starts when we can engage with each other. We create a huge puzzle of ideas, and they throw black paint at the individual pieces. Climate activists are not the devil. However, they do represent that which the devil mistakenly sees in us, because they have been led astray by the satanic fear-mongering from self-proclaimed human elites. They are kept confined in a cage of social media hedonism. Meaningless misinformation, photoshopped reality, and biased sophistry take up their worldview. So I translated a quote from Mephisto as he introduces himself to Dr. Faust, which I will share with you. I am a part of the force that always craves evil and always creates good. I am the ghost that always denies, and rightfully so, because everything that is created is worth decaying. Therefore, it would be better if nothing ever came into existence in the first place. Thus, everything you call sin, destruction, simply put evil, is my true element. The humble truth is what I'm telling you. Mankind, though it's but a world of small fools, perceives itself as whole. And therein you can hear his contempt for humanity's ambition. Mephisto does not believe that any good can come from humanity. He continues, I am part of the part that once was everything, part of the darkness from which light was born, the proud light that now invades the space, the old rank that once belonged to Mother Night. So he says that darkness was there first, and then the light God invaded the darkness. And yet the light does not succeed, because no matter how hard it tries, it always stays stuck to bodies. It flows from bodies, which it beautifies. The body blocks its way. And so I hope that it won't take long, and the light will die with all the bodies. The light that guides us on our path and that flows through our bodies is our intrinsic motivation to strive for truth and our hope. It is our will to keep educating ourselves, to explore science, but also to be kind-hearted individuals, friends, and lovers, and to socialize with each other. And thus, Faust's dilemma confronts us with the question, is truth worth striving for with good intentions, despite all the hurdles that we may face? Or is it just a meaningless attempt, because everything is doomed to decay anyway? No, Mephisto is wrong, and even God knew that from the very beginning, when he said to the devil, as long as man strives, he errs. And what he means by that is that our path may not always be linear and virtuous, but as long as we keep striving, we will get back on track eventually. And the climate activists are not evil. They are not doomed to fail in their own pursuit of truth and meaning and purpose in life. They are not lost. They have been indoctrinated to believe that instant gratification is to be preferred over education, and that it is more pleasurable than eager learning and striving for truth and honesty. And what was Mephisto's first line of introduction? I repeat, I am a part of the force that always craves evil and always creates good. The devil knows deep down that his attempts to deceive and mislead Faust, and thus humanity, are always doomed to fail, because he can throw a challenge at us. However, he cannot corrupt us, because his challenge makes us stronger. It helps us grow. It helps us identify mistakes and then get back on track and find hope again. He inadvertently creates good. And that is why I say, don't be distraught over the puppet show of climate socialists, because they are miserable right now, and they will never find true meaning in virtue signaling. The day will come when science and truth excites them more than performative wokeness. And until then, we, climate realists, we spread that message and make uncensored scientific debate popular again. Because once a person encounters truth, there is no going back. Lies only work as long as people believe in them. And so we can crash the system by exposing them one lie at a time. Once they are debunked and nobody believes in them anymore, the lies die. So it is time to pull back the curtain and dissect the narrative of fear and terror within climate socialism. Panic persists until we resist. Thank you so much for listening.
Watching Naomi talk, I'm reminded, I guess against my will, of Greta Thunberg. And I'm reminded for this reason. Yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, at the climate conference at the United Nations facility and the protests that were taking place, we have film footage of Greta Thunberg chanting, I don't have the exact quote, but basically, take your climate crisis and shove it up your ass. At the same time with the how dare you and whatever else. Compare that to another young adult speaking for her generation, Naomi Seibt. If you're a young adult, if you're a teenager hearing about the various aspects of the climate debate in school, if you're an adult, if you're an older adult, no matter what your age group is, compare the two. Compare the message of hope, the message of reason, the message of reality, versus that of fabricated outrage. And when I say fabricated, I don't doubt the sincerity of Greta, but it's fabricated by folks who have spoon-fed Greta and others like her the notion that we're destroying the world, the notion that we're 1 minute to midnight for the destruction of human civilization, the notion, as Prince Charles put it, that we need to go on a wartime footing because this is the greatest crisis to ever confront humanity. If that's all you hear and that's all you believe, your reaction is going to be visceral. But even so, compare that visceral reaction to what Naomi Seibt and her message of hope is. Now, Naomi Seibt is not the only person who's going to speak about issues of policy, issues of reason. Yesterday, we had Lord Christopher Monckton speak on many science issues regarding climate change. In fact, we had several speakers talking about the science, and we'll be having more speakers later. But with Naomi talking more about philosophical issues connected to the global warming debate, it's only appropriate that we have a UK national treasure here reappearing on the second day to talk about economics and political issues regarding the global warming debate. So it's my pleasure to introduce again Lord Christopher Monckton.
Your Majesty, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Holiness, Your Eminences, Your Graces, Moderator of the Kirk, and all the others who have come to this Conference of the States Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change here in Glasgow, Scotland. There is at the root of this entire absurd event one central falsehood, one central lie, one central misdirection. And that is this: not one of you has the scientific or mathematical or statistical or control theoretic or economic knowledge to understand anything that you're talking about. So when you tell us that we must put the world on a war footing, Your Royal Highness, because the planet is threatened, well, no, it isn't. It's not threatened at all. You think it is because it is expedient to you to think it is, not because you have the slightest idea, scientifically, whether there is a real problem caused by the relatively small returning by us of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere from which it originally came in the first place. And just as the planet did not fry 750 million years ago, when there was 7,000 parts per million carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, compared with only 420 today, so we're not going to see it frying now, are we? Notwithstanding all the propaganda, it isn't going to happen. The planet was here before we were, it will be here after we're gone. The planet is not in any way at risk. And the more you overdo and exaggerate the childish rhetoric by which you try to convince ordinary people that they should give up their motor cars, they should give up the heating systems in their houses, they should learn to live without continuous electrical power at all times of the day, they should learn to allow alien organizations to control how much energy they consume, when they consume it, and how much of it they consume, to allow the free market to be torn apart and replaced with a communist managed market in energy. None of this is to save the planet, because the planet doesn't need to be saved. But you, Your Majesty, Your Royal Highnesses, and all the rest of you, you posture and you preen, and you strut and fret your photo op upon the stage, and then are heard no more. Your day is done, for we, the people, have had enough of you poncing around in your private jets and your 85 vehicle motorcades, telling us that we should live in poverty and penury without any energy, so that you can live the life of luxury to which you have unfortunately become accustomed. Now, my task is to try to explain to you, numerically challenged though you are, entirely inadequate though you are to take any decisions or make any pronouncements on whether or not the globe faces this non-crisis that you have spun up for your own selfish reasons into a supposed, imagined and imaginary emergency. My task is to convey to you just enough simple arithmetic to make the absurdity of your position apparent not only to the millions watching us here today, but also to you yourselves. You yourselves, I believe, can be brought to understand just how stupid your current stance is. Because I'm going to teach you just enough elementary climate science and climate economics, so that on the back of an envelope, using nothing more than a pocket abacus, you will be able to calculate for yourselves the extravagant pointlessness of everything that you advocate here in Glasgow. Now, just as yesterday I presented to you the science, today I present to you the economics and politics underlying this imagined climate emergency. And again, I present to you a series of errors perpetrated profitably by the profiteers of doom among the governing classes worldwide. The first error that I'm going to draw to your attention is that you have failed to ask who benefits from this global warming narrative, because very often you find when a scare story of this kind gets going that there is somebody who has got it going because he reckons he can turn a dishonest penny out of it. So you always ask, whenever you're told, ooh, there's an emergency, it's all terrible, hand-wringing, what are we to do, sackcloth and ashes, paint ourselves white? Whenever you hear that kind of hysterical, childishly hysterical language, then you should say to yourselves, who is actually benefiting? To whom will this be of advantage, as the Latin puts it? Who wins? Well, the obvious answer is that any nation which is rich in supplies of the sources of the energy that the world needs, and which is not itself in any way restricted by the various controls and regulations on the use of that energy, which are imposed, for instance, by the Paris Climate Agreement, and can therefore profit by maintaining its own industries with energy costs a fraction of what they are in the West, because we have self-inflicted this wound upon ourselves, you are going to be the gainers by this. So who then are the gainers? Well, let us start with Russia. Now, in Russia, the communists were overthrown by Boris Yeltsin. But then, in 2000, when he came back from holiday to Moscow, he was arrested by officials of the old KGB at Sheremetyevo airport. And he was taken into a side room and told that if he quietly retired to his dacha and spent his life quietly, they would fund him, they would look after him, but he must not stand in the way of the coup by which Mr. Putin and 6,000 of his fellow KGB operatives over the next 3 years took over and ran all of Russia, all the central ministries, all the agencies of government, and all the regional administrations. On the slide here, you will see just some of those 6,000 names of former operatives of the Komitet Государственной безопасности who now run Russia. So it is now effectively a communist country, ideologically and administratively. It's run by communists. But its economy is fascist. And the reason for this is that the Komitet Государственной безопасности knew perfectly well, by the time the Berlin Wall came down, that Marxist economics does not work. The best kind of economics, of course, is free market economics. But they weren't willing to do that. So they went for fascist economics, and that kind of works because at least it allows all but the largest industries to operate in a free market system. But what they did was to introduce fascist economics, and they then had to work out how were they going to pay to build back better, to use their slogan, after the failures economically of the communism that they had presided over. And they did an audit in the Kremlin of what their assets were, and their biggest asset was the vast supplies of methane gas which they had discovered in Siberia and which they were piping chiefly to Europe. And they realized that if they could persuade the European countries to do away with coal-fired power, which is half the price per megawatt hour of gas-fired power, then they would be able to put Europe into a position where it would become more or less totally dependent on gas for its energy supplies. So they have been very much gainers by the climate change narrative. They have paid for the anti-fracking groups in Britain. We have the largest source of frackable gas in Europe, under Blackpool of all places. Somebody's at last discovered a use for Blackpool. But are we going to extract it? No, we're not. Because Mr. Putin has made sure that the anti-fracking groups, working with Boris Johnson among others, have decided that we are not going to be allowed to extract that valuable resource. Likewise, coal mine off the same coast a bit further up is not going to be dug out, so we now have to import coal from much further afield, depriving our workers of jobs, depriving our customers of the most affordable and clean form of energy there is, which is coal-fired generation. So how then is the old KGB profiteering by their selling their gas to us? Well, here is what has happened recently to the price of natural gas. And indeed, recently, when the wind stopped blowing and the sun went down throughout Europe, they found they couldn't generate enough electricity. So they had to get extra supplies of Russian gas, and up went the price, and at one point it was 30 times the world price. And in fact, in most of the recent years, it's been something like 4 times the world price, because the Russians more or less dominate the European commissars, the unelected commissioners who run the EU, and have persuaded them to allow Russia to charge far more than the world price of gas, in the name of saving the planet, of course. And then, who is the other great gainer by this global warming narrative? Of course, it is China. Now, China, together with occupied Tibet and also India, accounts for nearly all of the coal consumption, not only in the Asia-Pacific region, marked in yellow on this graph here, but also in the world. You can see all the other regions of the world are virtually nothing in comparison. So what has happened is there's been a vast increase in the burning of coal since this global warming scare began getting its boots on 25 years ago. And that increase has come in China, to which we are now transferring all our manufacturing businesses. Just up the road here in Kinloch-Leven, there used to be one of the largest aluminium smelters in Europe. And now it's closed because it can no longer afford to pay the massive surcharges on electricity, which have been inflicted upon us by successive governments of all parties. I am not making a partisan point here. They are all as stupid as the others. And therefore we have driven heavy manufacturing and heavy metalworking and all such manufacturing industries overseas into the arms of China and Russia, where they can do it cheaper, because in China's case, for instance, they can use slave labor. In Tibet, an entire nation that they ruthlessly invaded, and then they enslaved the population. And they require them to interbreed with the Han Chinese, the most racialist nation on earth, the Han Chinese. They have enslaved that nation. They've enslaved the Uyghurs of Xinjiang province. And they have between 1 and 3 million of them, nobody knows for sure, but it's at least 1 million, in concentration camps. And yet it is they who are dictating our policies to us, because they control, they and the Russians between them, control, fund, train and organize very nearly all of the so-called environmental organizations that they try to persuade you are genuinely trying to save the planet. This is a political and economic war against the West, and it's a war of annihilation. And I use that word annihilation because as a result of yesterday's broadcast from the Heartland Institute here at this conference in Glasgow, one of those who commented said, well, we must stop the Heartland Institute, and what we must do is we must have a war of annihilation against it. You see, freedom of speech is not permitted in Russia or in China, and they, who largely control these organizations here, these environmental organizations, they don't want us to have freedom of speech either. They would rather have a war of annihilation against us. And that, in fact, is a very good phrase for what is being done by Russia and China via the environmental organizations to us. Many of you will know and love, as I do, Patrick Moore, one of the founders of Greenpeace. He is now airbrushed out of the photographs of their early founders and their meetings, because when the communists moved in and took over Greenpeace, the genuine environmental campaigners like him were pushed out. And he said to me once, we aren't political. We didn't know how to stop them when they moved in politically and kicked us out and took over Greenpeace and turned it into a communist front organization. So if you're thinking of giving money to Greenpeace, don't. Because if you do, you're not funding environmental concern, you're funding communism, and you're funding it in its campaign to bring the West down and turn it into third world status. And here is how the Chinese are profiteering. One of many ways, of course, the main way at the moment, is that they are getting all the manufacturing businesses that we are shutting down, and they are emitting far more CO2 per unit of production than those industries such as the Kinloch Leven smelter up the road from here used to do. Per unit of production, they emit more. Every time their communist front groups here succeed in persuading half-witted and scientifically illiterate governments that they should shut down industries here, the effect of that is to add to total global CO2 emissions by transferring those industries to countries, chiefly Russia and China, where the emissions per unit of production are higher than they were here. That makes no sense whatsoever. But then, as you see on this slide, the price of lithium carbonate, lithium being the only metal light enough to provide the material for batteries in locomotive power, that is in motor cars, buses, trains and so forth. If you want it to be sufficiently lightweight, it has to be lithium. Now China directly controls 70% at the moment of all lithium production worldwide. Now the Chinese, realizing that in Afghanistan the largest deposits of lithium and such like rare earth metals exist, decided that they would back the Taliban, which they did, and they then instructed Joe Biden and his administration, which is more or less entirely in thrall to China, that it should withdraw Western forces from the Afghanistan. Biden was instructed not to tell the Western allies because we would have had something to say about that. For all that Boris Johnson is a nitwit and has no idea what's going on around him, I can assure you from personal and close experience that the intelligence community, certainly on this side of the Atlantic, is very much alive to the dangers posed to us by Chinese expansionism and by Chinese interference in our economies. So he was told, don't tell the Allies, just pull out. They'll have to go too, because there won't be enough of them left on their own to hold the pass. And so the Taliban moved in, and in no time at all, Chinese advisors were in there, and they're already making plans for the extraction of lithium in Afghanistan, which will give them 90% of the global market. And they're already taking placeholder stakes in the other 10%. For instance, they have recently bought a 12% stake, now reduced to 9%, in Greenland Minerals, where quite recently large supplies of lithium and other rare earth metals were found in southwestern Greenland. And by an irony, an environmental group funded by China successfully lobbied the Greenland administration that it should not allow the extraction of lithium in southwestern Greenland on environmental grounds. And that was why the Chinese reduced their placeholder stake from 12% to 9%. But in due course, when it becomes of advantage to them, they will do whatever is necessary to have that ban lifted, and then they will also control that piece of lithium production. They are going to corner the market in lithium worldwide. That's the aim there. And then they will charge us whatever they like for it. And because we are doing away with all the competing forms of locomotive energy, most notably petrol and diesel, then we will find ourselves not able to get about unless we pay whatever prices they demand that we should pay. And it is staggering to me that so unaware are our various clerics and ministers and princes and government leaders of this real threat targeted at us, that they have failed to make sure by diversifying our supplies of energy and not closing down all the ones that are cheapest and best, first coal, then oil and gas, They should keep this diversification, because if they do, the free market will on its own prevent this campaign of throttling the economies of the West by restricting and overcharging for its energy supply. Another error that the political class perpetrates is that it doesn't ask who are the losers by this global warming strategy that they advocate. Well, it's the West. That's who loses. Now you may say, oh, but surely this is a global problem and the whole world benefits blah-de-blah if we go along with this twaddle. Well, no, it doesn't. Because very carefully, the communists behind this setup, and it is a setup, made sure that in the Paris Climate Agreement, virtually all of the world would be exempt from its provisions. In fact, 70% of the world is exempt from its provisions. China and Russia, both of which maintain space programs, are exempt from its provisions. India, which maintains a space program, is exempt from its provisions, and these exemptions are on grounds of apparent poverty. Well, that no longer applies. And so the only countries that are required to trash their economies in the name of saving the planet from the non-threat of global warming are the United States, which accounts for 20% of all new emissions, the Middle East, which accounts for 5%, and the rest of the world, which includes little old Britain and Europe and quite a lot else besides, another 5%. And it is only the United States, Europe, Britain, and the Middle East who are actually required to comply in any way with the restrictions on the extraction and use of coal, oil, and gas, which are the objective of the Paris Accords. So now you can see, just from this chart, which comes from the BP Annual Energy Review, it is we who are being targeted by the communists so that we effectively shut down our economies. That's what's being demanded by the people from Extinction Rebellion when they glue themselves to the road and stop ambulances taking people to urgent operations in hospital. That's why the various front groups that you see, many of which are controlled and run by Marxists in the pay of Russia and China, they are interfering so as to frighten us into shutting down our economies. Now, one should therefore be alive to the fact that although not every environmentalist is a communist, indeed most true environmentalists are not communists, but the fact is that the organizations pushing this agenda to a striking degree are owned, run, paid for and trained by communists, and one must be aware of that. Well, the next error that you in the governing classes of the world, having your fancy meeting here in Glasgow, make is that you neglect to count the benefits of burning coal, oil and gas, and therefore of emitting carbon dioxide. The first benefit is an enormous increase in the yield of staple crops. Now you may say this is accidental, or you may say it's caused by better farming methods and a clever fertilization, but the most important kind of fertilization is CO2 fertilization. CO2 is plant food. I once talked to an Australian environmentalist, and she was saying, oh, but look at all this, it's terrible having all this CO2 in the air. I said, why? He said, was it a pollutant? I said, no, it isn't. It's essential to all life on Earth. He said, what do you mean? I said, see that tree out there? I don't think she quite knew what a tree was. I said, that's a tree. Do you see the tree trunk? What's it made of? She said, well, wood, of course. I said, very good. And what's the wood made of? And she said, well, I don't know. I said, well, it's made of carbon. And where do you think the carbon in the wood came from? He said, well, it came from the ground, of course. Look, it's got roots. I said, no. it came from the air. And she had no idea that the carbon dioxide in the air, the more of it there is, the more the trees and plants would like it. And so, Your Royal Highness, when you're at Highgrove talking to your plants, why don't you stand back once in a while and listen to your plants? And they will say to you, we want more carbon dioxide, please. Here by Dr. Craig Idso and his father, Dr. Sherwood Idso, is a list of a couple of a dozen of the major staple crops around the world, and they're ranked by how much more of those crops will be produced if you double the CO2 in the air. So you can see that more CO2 in the air is very good news for crops. It's very good news for greening the planet. You call yourselves green, and yet you try to inhibit the one substance that is most guaranteed to produce more greening of the earth, which is carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Here from Zhu and Piao in 2016 is the growth in the leaf area of trees and plants. And as you can see, it's been growing very considerably worldwide, not what you see on the unspeakable BBC. And here is a report commissioned in 2017 by the commissars of the European Union, the unelected commissioners who run it and have all power. They even have the power to override decisions of the elected European Parliament and overthrow those decisions at will. They had this survey done, and to their horror, they found that the faster the world warmed, the more Europeans would be alive over the next 60 years. And so that by 2080, if there was as much as 5.4 Kelvin or Celsius of warming, which there won't be, but if there was, then what you'd get is 100,000, very nearly, more Europeans alive than if we didn't have any warming at all. And here are the net figures, as you will see. The faster the temperature rises, the more Europeans will be alive, because it's cold that's the killer, not heat. If the planet gets a little bit warmer, that's actually a good thing. Now, another mistake that the governing class makes is, oh, we've all got to stop eating meat. Sir Patrick Vallance, for instance, who is the government's chief scientific advisor here. Now, he is strikingly scientifically illiterate for somebody who calls himself a scientific advisor. He has recently made a statement that everybody's got to eat no meat, and they've got to just have plants and bread and pasta and rice and potatoes. Well, now, there's just one problem with that. You'll end up killing the population if you do that. And here is why. A high carbohydrate, low fat diet, which is what you're forced to have if you don't eat meat, is already the cause of the pandemic of diabetes and related conditions, first in the United States and then here. And let me tell you the story. As you will have noticed recently in the shenanigans surrounding the pandemic in the United States, the National Institutes of Health and the various associated health bureaucracies in the United States are substantially under the control of people who have unduly and closely unhealthy links with communist Russia and communist China. And you may think, why is Monckton so obsessed with all this communist stuff? It is because these people still, unfortunately, mean us harm and are willing to do whatever it takes to cause us harm. In 1977, there was a closed-doors meeting of the National Institutes of Health under the control of a communist group where all the stakeholders in nutrition were invited to attend. In they went. The doors of the meeting room were slammed shut and locked, and they were then told that a consensus statement on what people should and should not eat in the United States had been pre-drafted. It was distributed to all the people there, and they were told, you either sign your agreement to this consensus statement now, or we do not let you out. And to their great discredit, they all signed it. And the only reason why we know about it is that one of them eventually broke ranks and told the story. Not that you'll see it reported in any of the Marx stream news media. But that is what happened. And so the then so-called Democrat government promulgated the guidelines on what Americans should eat, high carbohydrate, low fat diet. Now at that time, obesity and diabetes in the United States had a prevalence of 1 to 2%. Within a year, the prevalence of obesity and diabetes began to climb. It began to climb because the communists were very active in finding out whether or not these guidelines were being complied with. They did endless surveys and they found, oh yes, they were complying with them all right. They very carefully didn't do similar surveys to find out whether or not people were benefiting health-wise from these guidelines. And they weren't. They were all getting diabetes. And now it's got to the point where diabetes spend in the US health services, 1 in 3 health dollars goes on diabetes, obesity, metabolic syndrome, and all such like related conditions. And that is a direct result of people who meant the United States harm, foisting upon them a set of guidelines which are entirely contrary to anything that makes any medical sense whatsoever. And in Britain, the nannying government of John Major, persuaded by nutritional bureaucracies that were partly controlled by communists and partly by sugar industry representatives, decided that they would promulgate similar guidelines. 16 years later, at that time in Britain, 1994 it was, the prevalence of diabetes and obesity in this country was approximately 1 to 2%. Within a year, when the communists busily found out whether people were complying with the new guidelines, they found that they were complying. What they didn't ask was what was happening to their health. And diabetes and obesity began to spike and have gone on upwards ever since. We are 16 years behind the United States because we introduced the guidelines 16 years later. But if you took away that gap, the two curves are more or less precisely coincident. It is very clear that these guidelines recommending against the eating of meat have led directly to the pandemic of obesity and diabetes. And already in Britain, 1 health dollar in 10 is now spent on diabetes, obesity, and related conditions. And here you have the supposed chief scientific advisor to the government recommending people that they should kill themselves by not eating meat. That's how stupid and dangerous this is. And remember, whenever evil is evident, people end up dying in large numbers. And what would happen if we allowed this nonsense to continue any longer is that by diabetes and the related conditions, people would begin dying in very large numbers, and the expense of treating them would be more than the already cash-strapped National Health Services could possibly bear. But now it gets even more insane, because one of the joys of evil in the theology of evil, in traditional Judeo-Christian theology, is that it becomes so nasty that it also becomes laughably absurd, at which point it loses its power and is overthrown by the good. And here is an instance of this, because the policy that they're following is to say we mustn't burn coal, oil and gas because they emit the evil CO2. And therefore we must instead repurpose and redesign our electricity grids so that they are run on unreliables. That's the wind and the sun. They're unreliable because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun has an irritating habit of setting every night. And in fact, if you're a sailor, you'll know that when the sun sets, the wind tends to go down as well. So you therefore have an intermittency factor, which will vary, of course, from country to country. But that intermittency factor has a rather unexpected consequence. It means that not only will unreliables increase the levelized cost of electricity, that's how much electricity, how much do you pay for electricity per unit consumed, taking into account all the capital as well as current account costs. But also, and this is a remarkable finding, and I must pay due tribute to Douglas Pollock in Chile for working all this out, that unreliables, the more you put them onto a grid, the more they will increase CO2 emissions. So here you are, you world leaders, so-called, advocating policies whose first and most immediate and most direct effect is to increase the emission of CO2 worldwide. And we will see that it is indeed increasing when we look at the figures a little later. So this is what's going on. They're recommending policies that increase CO2 in the name of reducing CO2. Now, because that doesn't make any sense, there would have to be some other reason for them doing that. And the other reason that I'm suggesting to you here is that those behind this wish harm to the Western economies and wish us to destroy ourselves, to commit economic harakiri. Well, let's have a look at what they say. They say, oh, look, the mean cost of generation falls as the unreliable share of the grid increases. Now, these are Chilean figures, which Douglas Pollock found out. But the reason why the mean cost of generation has fallen in Chile is because they've been shutting down very, very inefficient old coal-fired and gas-fired power stations and replacing them with newer and more efficient ones. There would have been a much bigger drop in the mean cost of generation if they hadn't bothered with the unreliables at all. And so the truth, which you can see here in these European figures, is that the more you put unreliables on the grid, the higher the cost of energy goes. And we can look at this again in the present graph here. And here you can see the position for two different intermittency factors. The lower the intermittency factor, in other words, the less you're disrupted by the sun going down and the wind not blowing, then you'll still pay more if you add unreliables to the grid, but you'll pay a lot more with a high intermittency factor. Now, I asked Douglas to find out what the intermittency factor for the United States is, and it's 3.15. It's very high. And that means that in the United States and in all other countries whose grids are no more efficient than those of the United States, and that means very nearly all countries, you would be emitting more CO2 per unit of generation the more you put unreliables on the grid. And you'll always increase the system levelized cost of electricity, because the cost doesn't just go up on the non-thermal or unreliable side, it goes up on the thermal side, the gas and oil and coal-fired power stations as well, because it's a spinning reserve that you have to maintain so that you can maintain a continuous supply even when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining, that dictates the CO2 emissions of the grid. So unreliables always hike CO2 emissions because of spinning reserve. And then, as has been mentioned in other talks, so I'll cover it only very briefly here, the number of the beast is 666. And that is the speed in kilometers per hour of the tips of an averagely large wind farm at the moment. And that means that a bird cannot see that this apparently slowly rotating thing is going to bat it out of the sky. And so this is what happens. Golden eagles and other rare birds being killed in Scotland as much as here in the California Altamont Pass. So we're doing direct and real damage to the bird life and the bees and the bats as well worldwide by these wind farms, to say nothing of the terrible desecration of the countryside that these things cause. The landscape damage is enormous. And all this, let us remember, for a system which in net terms increases the total CO2 output of the grid. So then there is the net zero effect of abatement. Now this is another quite extraordinary fact. But the fact is that all this talk of abatement has led to an increase in the share of total energy production contributed by coal. Here you'll see that's the grey line. sort of 2/3 of the way up from the bottom of this grid. There it is. It is more now than it was 25 years ago. And in fact, coal, natural gas, and oil have all increased their share of the global energy output ever since these COP conferences started happening. The very opposite of what is being argued for has actually been happening. And here you can see this startling graph produced by Jennifer Mahority. She kindly sent it to me the other day, showing the net zero effect of CO2 abatement policies. Exactly as I've explained to you, the more you put these unreliables on the grid, the more CO2 you emit. That's why their policies don't work. Here you can see it in a more official document. This is the NOAA Annual Greenhouse Gas Index, a more or less exactly straight line increase of 1 watt per square metre. That's the unit of radiative forcing from the mankind's emissions of greenhouse gases. So now we come to what I think is the most important argument which you, world leaders, might, if you were prepared to make the effort, actually be able to understand. It does not require any complicated mathematics. It doesn't require any complicated knowledge of science. It simply requires a willingness to reach for the back of an envelope and a pocket calculator and do the following sum. What we're going to do is to ask the candy cane question. That is the key question in economics. When you were a kid and you were given a quarter to go into the sweetie shop, you would go in and from your sticky hand you'd slap the quarter on the counter and you would say, "Gee, miss, how many candy canes can I get for this?" You want to know how much you can buy with the money you're going to spend. Even a child knows that that is the question you should ask. So what we're going to do is to apply this central concept in economics, the candy cane question, to the achievement of net zero emissions. Of course, you now know they can't achieve net zero emissions because they have to keep spinning reserve. Otherwise, if the wind stops, you get no electricity. They discovered that in Texas, they've discovered it in South Australia, they've discovered it also recently in the United Kingdom, when they didn't have enough backup and the grid came within an ace of collapsing completely. So now let us address the candy cane question: how much CO2 abatement, how much global warming will we forestall by 2050 if by 2050 the whole world goes net zero? That's what Boris is trying to tell them to do. Well, let's have a look. Now here you will see a single slide. It's no bigger than the back of an envelope. On this single slide, you will see very clearly exactly why it is that there is absolutely no chance of anything that you're trying to do at this conference having any success whatsoever. Line 1, 30 years man-made radiative forcing, 1 watt per square metre. You've just seen that on the NOAA graph. These are their figures. I'm not making this stuff up. So if we went straight to net zero by 2050, that means that instead of it going up by another watt per square metre, it would go up by only half a watt per square metre between now and 2050. So that means we would forestall half a watt per square metre of radiative forcing. Now we have to multiply that by what is called the equilibrium sensitivity parameter. That's not as complicated as it sounds. All it is simply how much final warming do you get per degree of direct warming. And the answer, we know from the IPCC that you'd get 3 Celsius of warming per doubling of CO2. You won't get that much, but that's their figure. We're just using their figures. Then they say that that is driven by 4 watts per square metre of radiative forcing from a doubling of CO2. So the equilibrium sensitivity parameter is simply 3 divided by 4. It's 3/4 of a Celsius or a Kelvin per watt per square metre. You see how easy all this is. So you multiply that 3/4 by the half watt per square metre that the world would forestall if it all went to net zero by 2050, and you get 3/8 of a Celsius degree abated by 2050. 3/8, less than half a Celsius degree, would be all that we would remit by 2050. But of course, the whole world isn't going to go net zero. Only the 30% that's accounted for by the West is obliged to go net zero. So what happens if just the West, and we'll call it, let's be generous, call it a third of the world's output, it isn't, but we'll pretend, then that would be 1/8 of a Celsius degree might be achieved by 2050. And now, Mr. Prime Minister, just consider the effects of British net zero on its own. We are 1.2% of global emissions, so we're 1.2% of that 3/8 of a Kelvin that the whole world might achieve. And that comes out as 1/220th of a Celsius degree. 1/220th. You can't even measure it, it's so small. And you would be paying, according to our grid authority, $4.2 trillion just to achieve that 1/220th of a Celsius. Now, we've used their own figures all the way through, and it simply isn't worth it because you're not getting enough candy canes for your quarter. It just makes no sense at all. And if you were to try and abate the 3 Kelvin of warming they predict by 2100, that would cost you, on this analysis, $2.8 quadrillion. Now let's correct for the scientific error that I explained they'd made yesterday, which is why they thought that there'd be a large warming rather than a small, insignificant and beneficial warming from doubling CO2. So there are the adjusted figures, and you see that in Britain we would only be able to forestall 1/550th of a Kelvin excuse me, at a cost of $4.2 trillion. Now, these figures are perfectly straightforward. As I have said, they're all on one slide. You can do them on the back of an envelope, and they're absolutely definitive. There is no way round these figures. You simply don't buy enough abatement of temperature to make any of this worthwhile whatsoever. So I urge you, even though it's somebody else's money, it's just the taxpayers about whom you care very little, please do care a little about us and just do that elementary calculation. Show that slide and that slide to your experts and ask them to tell you that it is incorrect, because they can't. And just to remind you of the effect of their scientific error, it is to increase in 1850 the warming you would expect from doubled CO2 by about 3-fold compared with what it really is. And because you would then, if you tried to adjust the corrected method of calculating, if you made an increase of just 1% in the correctly calculated system gain factor between 1850 and now, then you would get a 250% increase in global temperature change that you would expect. And that is why they can't calculate how much or how little global warming we are going to cause. They have no way of calculating it. Now you put the fact that everything they tell you about how much global warming is going to happen is meaningless, because this slide shows you they cannot calculate it. The uncertainties are way too great. Together with the certainty that even if you did try this as net zero nonsense, it would buy you virtually no change in global temperature. And you will see that, rationally speaking, the correct thing to do is nothing. And why should we do nothing? Well, we should do nothing because they're kicking the poor in the teeth. As a result of the activities of one communist front group of great interest to the intelligence community, various banks over the last 10 years or so have been persuaded they shouldn't lend for coal-fired power in developing countries. Now, the effect of this on those countries is catastrophic. In Europe, for instance, life expectancy is an average of about 80 to 85 years. You can see the blaze of light at the top there, that's Europe. And then further down, Africa, the dark continent in the literal sense, life expectancy 65 years. Now what that means is that tens of millions of people are dying before their time because that communist front group has persuaded various banks that they should not lend to third world countries desperate for electricity to lift their people out of poverty permanently. That is why this matters. This is not some kind of academic intellectual debate. This is killing people in countries who depend upon us to get these things right. And we deliberately spit in their faces and kick them in the teeth by getting these things wrong. And light and IQ have some kind of an association. IQ in sub-Saharan Africa is typically 70. Now, in the US military, they won't take anybody on if they have an IQ of less than 83, one standard deviation below 100, which is the average intelligence in the West. In sub-Saharan Africa, most of the population is of very much low IQ because they can't lift it. In the well-lit West, we have 100. In the dazzlingly Far East, they have an IQ on average of 120, one standard deviation above ours. So once again, we should not deprive countries such as Africa of electricity. And let me tell you how outrageous this is. The International Energy Agency defines access to electricity as the ability to turn on the equivalent of no more than one 60-watt light bulb for no more than 4 hours a day. Now, this is an outrage, and we must stand up and speak for those who have no voice for themselves and cannot even so much as turn on a light. And finally, they simply do not count the cost. This is what happens if you simply print money for the sake of buying your way out of the trouble that your own stupidities of policy have caused. It is all too likely that if we carry on down the present road, then it won't just be Zimbabwe that finds itself bankrupt, but the whole Western world could find itself bankrupt too. I conclude then by saying that global warming is not a strategic threat at all. The real threat is that government innumeracy that prevents them from doing even the simple back-of-the-envelope calculations by which I have demonstrated to you and to all men of goodwill definitively and clearly that trying to do anything whatsoever about global warming by adding windmills and solar panels to your grid and taking away petrol-driven cars, all of that will increase CO2 concentration. It will increase massively the cost of electricity, and it will not make any effect on the climate either way. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. What a fantastic lecture. I was watching the comments on the YouTube page, and it's whenever you talk, it just lights up in the chat room, I got to say. And because we're such good friends, if we weren't such good friends, we wouldn't be able to afford you. Your speaking skills are so high. I just wanted to actually have a couple program notes here. If you are watching online live, and we're going to be going until 5 o'clock here in the United Kingdom, and I believe that's about 11 o'clock Eastern time in the United States, so you can do your own conversions there. If you are watching online, go ahead and hit the like button. Share this on your social media accounts. Show people what's going on here. But these entire presentations, this live stream is automatically archived on Heartland's YouTube page, which is Heartland Tube. So you can actually just reverse back up and watch if anything you missed. And later we will be breaking up each of these presentations separately for their own individual talk, so that you can watch them one at a time and share those with your friends as well. Just subscribe to Heartland's YouTube page, Heartland Tube, on YouTube, and you'll be able to see when we put those videos up. some of our speakers that we had hoped to be here today, we have speakers from, as James Taylor mentioned earlier, from all around the world, mostly Europe though. Here at the COP26, if you're a delegate or a VIP of the COP26, you don't have to be vaccinated. You probably flew in a private plane and didn't have to go through security. But if you're not officially a delegate of COP26, you have to go through many bureaucratic hoops to get through here. And so some of our speakers, Naomi earlier, was not able to navigate that bureaucracy. And our next speaker was not able to as well, but he has a video presentation that we'll be playing here on the feed here in just a moment. His name is Marcel Crok. He is from an organization called CLINTEL, which is a mashing together of climate intelligence. The Heartland Institute has been working on climate realism intensely. We've been working on it for decades, but really intensely probably for the last 15 years. And we've gathered a lot of allies around the world on this topic, among them Seibt from the United States, who's here, from IKE from Germany, and now CLINTEL. They formed as an organization in 2019, and Marcel Crok is one of the co-founders of that organization. And what they're kind of really known for in the very short time they've been around, they've had a lot of influence. It's something called the World Climate Declaration, which is where we came to their attention. And it has 936 signatories. And its basic theme is that there is no climate emergency. And these are principles that every climate realist organization can certainly sign on to, among them being that climate change is both natural and there is some human influence, but nature rules that dynamic, that the warming has been slower than has been predicted. That is actually borne out by data. That the models that the United Nations IPCC has used for decades now, and that's what's great about it, is that they had these models, and we have decades to look back and see how accurate they were. They're garbage, and so you can't count on those models. That's something that's in the World Climate Declaration. CO2 is plant food, which is something that Lord Monckton mentioned in his presentation, and so it's not necessarily a bad thing, and it's certainly not some kind of magic thermostat for the global temperature. There is no science that bears that out. And in fact, that reminds me of another allied group from the Heartland Institute called the CO2 Coalition. That's basically what they concentrate on. And so you should go to co2coalition.org to learn more information about that. They also, in this World Climate Declaration, say that natural disasters are not increasing in frequency and strength over the last 15, 20, or even 100 years. That is true, and I know that James Taylor will be giving a presentation later bearing some of that out. But the idea, and we hear it all the time here in Glasgow, there's posters on it that say that natural disasters are increasing in strength and frequency, and that's why we need to take climate action now. And the data doesn't bear that out, and so that's a very, I would think, not a very controversial statement to have in the World Climate Declaration at CLINTEL, and they have that as well. And also, which is a theme, I think, of a lot of the stuff that the Heartland Institute does and all of our speakers here do, is that the solutions that the United Nations and all these dignitaries gathered just down the street from here, from us in this hotel in Glasgow, all the solutions they have to solve the so-called climate crisis would be disastrous. Lord Monckton just outlined how Africa will continue to suffer because of the solutions that they have is to basically keep Africa poor and dark and make the enlightened, as in light, in the West, make us poorer as well. And so this is the World Climate Declaration. It's at clintel.org. I encourage everyone watching this to check that out. And as I said, the co-founder of that organization is Marcel Crok, and his presentation by video starts now.
Hi, James and Jim. Thanks so much for inviting me to talk at your Climate Reality Forum. It's a great honor. My name is Marcel Crok. I'm representing the CLINTEL Foundation. The CLINTEL Foundation was founded by myself on the right and Guus Berghout, an emeritus professor of geophysics on the left, in 2019. We are a non-profit foundation working in the field of climate change and climate policy. So we are covering more or less the same topics as Heartland Institute and the Global Warming Policy Foundation. We are very internationally oriented. We drafted and published in 2019 the World Climate Declaration. You can go to our website, CLINTEL.org, and read it. The message of this declaration is there is no climate emergency. Exactly the same words that Christopher Monckton yesterday in his excellent presentation also spoke. Christopher, by the way, is our ambassador, the CLINTEL ambassador in the UK. Richard Linson, the well-known professor, is CLINTEL ambassador in the United States. So in many countries, we have CLINTEL ambassadors, and we are trying to become a global network on this important topic. And if you want to sign our declaration, go to the website and you find all the instructions. So today I'm going to talk with you about our latest project that we are currently working on, and that is analyzing the new IPCC report, AR6, Assessment Report 6. It's a huge report. It's almost 4,000 pages long. And with a group of scientists and experts in the CLINTEL network, we are analyzing parts of the report, mainly focusing on controversial themes like extreme weather, the extreme scenarios, climate sensitivity, climate models, precipitation, snow cover, sea level rise, etc. This project, we are still working on it. We hope to finish it in a month or so. And today I'm going to present some preliminary results very shortly. And by the way, last week we sent our preliminary results in a letter to the IPCC. It's a 17-page summary of our results so far. And you can find this summary, this letter to the IPCC and many other world leaders. You can find it on our website, CLINTEL.org. So we, especially myself, I was very surprised to see this graph in the new IPCC report. It is, of course, a brand new hockey stick graph. We had a very famous one in the third IPCC report in 2001, the one published by Michael Mann in 1998. And that hockey stick generated so much turmoil in the years after that, especially due to the work of Steve McIntyre and Ross McKittrick, who more or less debunked this hockey stick. That IPCC in the fourth and fifth report didn't really emphasize their hockey stick view of climate history, but in this report, it's back again, the hockey stick. And as you can see, the hockey stick is showing the temperature for the last 2,000 years, and then combining that with the observed, measured temperatures of the past century. And as you can see, the message they want to present is that the warming is unprecedented in more than 2,000 years. But before we focus a little bit more on these last 2,000 years, let's focus a little bit on the left-hand side of the graph, where you see this gray bar. It's quite fascinating, and the text connected to it is warmest multi-century period in more than 100,000 years. And as you can see, the top of the gray bar is a little bit lower than the top of the observed temperature measurements at the right. So with this graph, the IPCC also wants to claim that it is now warmer not only than the last 2,000 years, but even a much longer period. They claim in the report global surface temperatures are more likely than not unprecedented in the past 125,000 years. So, of course, during the last ice age, it was colder than it is now. But they also claim that during the Holocene, that is the period after the last ice age ended, 12,000 years ago, the temperatures now are warmer than during this whole period. And we believe, after the research that we have done, that this is a false picture of our climate history. IPCC more or less is rewriting our history with this graph and these claims. So, but even on their own grounds, this is very interesting. This will be part of our report. On the left, you see a paper by Kaufman et al. Kaufman et al. Is part of the Pages to K group, and the Pages to K group published the new hockey stick graph. And the Kaufman et al. Reconstruction is for the longer Holocene period, and you see it peaking about 6,000 years ago. And the gray bar actually is based on this red bar in the Kaufman et al. Reconstruction. But you see that the red bar is going higher than the gray bar. And if they had used the red bar, even on their own terms, their claim that the warmest multi-century period in more than 100,000 years is happening right now is false. So, in our report, we will present this graph. It's quite complicated, and I will keep it short for the moment. In black, you see a reconstruction for the Holocene that is based on the Marcot study. It's also quite well known. And the temperature here is inverted. So down is warmer and up, look at the right-hand part, the little ice age, up is colder. Yes. And you also see the term in purple, obliquity. That has to do with Milankovitch cycle. And as you can see, Milankovitch cycle, the obliquity cycle, peaked around 9,000 years ago already. And what that means is that the solar insolation high in the northern hemisphere peaked during that period. And since then, in the summer, high in the northern hemisphere receives already far less solar radiation than 9,000 years ago. And what we see is that temperature was way higher in these areas, in Canada, in Scandinavia, in Russia, in the Arctic, than it is now. So, and the Little Ice Age actually was the coldest period of the Holocene, probably. And since then, we have some warming. At the bottom of the graph, you see the number of glacier advances. That's based on many regions in the world where you have glaciers. And here you see how many of these regions show increase in glacier advance. And clearly you see a connection between the reconstruction, obliquity, and glacier advance. In the past 3,000-4,000 years, there were much more regions where you had glacier advance, not retreat. So we believe that this is a far more realistic picture of the Holocene climate variability than the IPCC presents in their new report. So let's now focus on the last 2,000 years. Steve McIntyre, who is well known, of course, for analyzing the earlier hockey stick reconstructions, until now, he wrote 4 blog articles on his excellent website, climateaudit.org. And I urge you all to read those blog posts. I'm just showing some of his results. What Steve is doing is he is actually showing the underlying proxy data. You know, this new reconstruction is based on several hundreds of proxy series. But what Steve shows on his website is that many of those proxy series are really short. Yeah, here on the right-hand side, you see a random, this is a random sample that Steve made from the proxy database. And in red, you see the final result, the IPCC new hockey stick. But as you can see, most of the proxy series don't show a hockey stick at all. And that should be rather concerning. However, at the left-hand side and on the top, you see a borehole reconstruction that shows a hockey stick. And below that, there is a tree ring reconstruction that also show a hockey stick. So let's zoom in on those. Well, what McIntyre did here is he took the hockey stick, the tree ring hockey stick that we just saw. He used the data and he used the standard method to process these data. And then he gets the reconstruction at the bottom. You see no hockey stick at all. And on the top, you see how Pages 2K used the same tree ring series to get this hockey stick. And actually at the moment, and this is one of the problems that you have to solve when you want to really understand the new hockey stick, is that even McIntyre, who is very familiar with all these proxy series and reconstruction, has no idea how they came up with this hockey stick tree ring. Let's look at the borehole. It's a quite funny story, because McIntyre has discovered that the last 15 meters of this borehole, it's a borehole at Antarctic, was actually deleted. It's shown here in red. So if they had shown the full proxy series, it would have gone down in the last part. And the hockey stick would be far less clear. And so on his blog, McIntyre raises the question, is this another hide decline? It's a famous phrase from one of the ClimateGate emails. So one of the conclusions that McIntyre has made so far: if you thought Michael Mann's hockey stick was bad, imagine a woke hockey stick by woke climate scientists. As the climate scientists say, it's even worse than we thought. So let's continue with sea level rise. The IPCC in the new report is claiming an acceleration of sea level rise. This is one of their graphs. And well, the acceleration is not very clear here, but in the text, they claim that the average rate of sea level rise was 1.3 millimeter per year between 1901 and 1971, increasing to 1.9 between 1971 and 2006, and further increasing to 3.7 millimeter per year between 2006 and 2018. With high confidence. That means that they have a 90% expert judgment confidence in this claim. However, in several research papers, and this is a recent one, this is coming from a paper by Thomas Frederiksen, a Dutch guy actually, published in Nature. This is showing the rate of sea level rise. Yeah, so on the vertical scale, you see the rate of sea level rise, and you have to focus on the blue line, which are the measurements, and you can clearly see that during the 40s, the sea level rise was also much higher than the average sea level rise. So a picture like this was not shown in the IPCC report, and only by showing this one, you can already make clear that their claim for acceleration is is false. There is another funny thing. IPCC presented a sea level projection tool. You can go to a website, and you can look for your own city or for your own place nearest to the sea, and then you can see what will happen with sea level in the coming century. So it's a projection based on computer models. And Ole Humlem is a Norwegian climate scientist from the CLINTEL network. He produced this graph for Oslo and also for other cities in Scandinavia. On the left, you see the sea level measurements so far. Sea level actually is declining in Scandinavia because the land is still rising as a result of the end of the last ice age. But in blue, that's the model projection of the IPCC. And so what is happening for all the places on Earth is that in the 2020s, there you get a sudden jump in sea level rate for all places in the world. So the observed trend would go down, and according to the IPCC, from now on it will go up. So let's now look at snow cover, a very interesting topic. Several climate alarmists and activists have claimed that snow will be a thing of the past. And so far, this is not the case. But how is the new IPCC report covering this? Well, they now say that human influence very likely contributed to the decrease in Northern Hemisphere spring snow cover since 1950. It's very interesting. They focus on the spring, not on other seasons. And they claim that the human influence, so CO2 and other greenhouse gases, already contributed to a decrease in snow cover. Now, there is a very interesting paper by Ronan Connolly, an Irish climate scientist working a lot with Willie Soon, and that was published peer-reviewed in 2019. And it shows this graph. It shows that for the autumn and fall, and for the winter, actually, the snow cover extent increased, not decreased. And on the bottom, you see how the IPCC models are doing. They claim a decrease for both seasons. So we are curious, of course, if IPCC mentioned Connolly et al. And how they describe this paper. Well, the good news is they do mention the paper. They write, the greatest declines in snow cover extent have occurred during boreal spring and summer, although the estimated magnitude is dataset dependent. And there you have it, Connolly et al. Well, this is really a curious mentioning of Connolly et al. Because Connolly et al. Is not showing anything like this. It's showing that that IPCC climate models are showing a decrease for all 4 seasons of the year, but that for autumn and winter, actually the data show an increase while the models show a decrease. But this was not mentioned in this is not mentioned in the IPCC report. A fascinating new graph is presented deeper in the full report, and that's this one. It's figure 9.23. And this actually tends to show that there is a decreasing trend in snow cover for all seasons. So that would mean that Connolly et al. Is wrong for the winter and for the autumn. Now, this is from a paper by Mudrick et al. In 2020, and I went back to the second order draft because many of us were expert reviewers of the report, so we had access to the second order draft of the IPCC report. And in the second order draft, this this graph and also the paper Mudryk et al. Was already mentioned, although it was not published yet. So it was clear from the outset that the IPCC wanted this paper badly, and it immediately became the golden standard. But let's look at the full data. How does it look like? Here is the graph based on the Rutgers University. It's the most well-known data set, and it shows all the data since 1972. And as you can see, each year in the Northern Hemisphere, the snow cover extent changes hugely from the winter to the summer. In the winter, it's almost 50 million, sometimes more, 50 million square kilometers. And in the summer, it decreases to about 5 million square kilometers. Now, let's go back to this graph of Mudryk et al. You see a decrease of around 50 square kilometers per year. Well, let's do that times 50 years, then you have 2,500 square kilometers decrease. But here you see that the total extent is 50 million square kilometers. And if you then realize how much, even if it would be true, the decrease in winter and autumn, it means that the percentage in the decrease is 0.005%. You know, that's a very minimal trend, and it's almost ludicrous to say that humans caused would have caused this trend. So, how was the new report covered in the media? Well, of course, one of the most well-known remarks was made by the UN boss Guterres, Code Red for humanity, and there is a lot of wildfires and other extremes. So, how is IPCC report covering extreme weather? Well, we happened to have a talk about this at CLINTEL last week. It was given by Roger Pielke Jr. He's a very well-known climate and policy analyst and scientist from the US. He specialized in both extreme weather and scenarios. And I will show some of his slides, and you can watch his full talk at the CLINTEL website. Pielke showed this table, and this table summarizes all the trends for extreme weather as mentioned in the new IPCC report. But this table was not presented in the report. This table was made by Roger Pielke. And this is one of the annoying aspects of the new IPCC report. As you can see in this table, there is lots of good news about extreme weather, because flooding, meteorological drought, hydrological drought, tropical cyclones, winter storms, thunderstorms, tornadoes, hail, lightning, extreme winds show no trend. So a trend is not detected. And if a trend is not detected, you don't have to attribute it, because there is no detected change. So there is no need to search for a cause. So the IPCC claims that only heat waves, heavy precipitation, but not flooding, ecological drought, agricultural drought, and fire weather, that means weather that makes wildfires more likely, that there is a change in those phenomena. And what is really so? All these acknowledgements, these claims are written in the IPCC report, but you have to look for them. They're deeply hidden in the report. And in the summary for policymakers, you will not find any clear statements about the lack of trends in flooding, in hurricanes, for example, and also meteorological drought and hydrological drought. So IPCC in this respect is hiding the good news about extreme weather. Well, Monckton mentioned this yesterday as well. Pielke is also an expert in what is called normalized damage. So everybody understands that a hurricane in 1900 would have caused less financial damage in Florida than the same hurricane hitting today, because we have more people living there, we have more houses and buildings and capital standing there. So you have to correct for that. And that's what is meant by normalized damage. And there is a huge literature about this. And Pielke is very familiar with this literature. And so he made a table showing that there are 54 papers about normalized damage have been published in the past 8 years. So they could all have been mentioned by the IPCC. Only one of those 54 mentioned an increase in normalized damage. And that was the one on the left, and that was the only paper that was now mentioned by the IPCC in its new report. It was a paper by Grinstead et al. And on the right, you see a paper that was published by Pielke and colleagues. And that paper has 1,200 citations, and it was ignored by the IPCC. So there you see an example of a strong bias. It's not the case for all examples, but sometimes you see that lead authors, they tend to highlight their own work and tend to ignore work of others. Well, let's go to extreme scenarios, because of course the new report again is basing itself a lot on scenarios for the coming century. And they use, as in the earlier report, they use 5 different scenarios, and the SSP5 8.5 is comparable with what they called RCP 8.5 in the last report in AR5. And here you see global mean sea level, and you see it going up in the coming century. But a big question, of course, is how reliable, how plausible are these scenarios? And it's very interesting what the IPCC said about it, because they have mixed messages about it. And this was also noticed by Roger Pielke. So on the one hand, on the top, you see, in general, no likelihood is attached to the scenarios assessed in this report. That's quite remarkable, actually. So what they're saying here is that, okay, we have these 5 different scenarios, but we didn't assess the likelihood of those scenarios. So we cannot say which of the 5 is more likely than the others. Yeah? So these are just 5 storylines without any probability or likelihood attached to them. However, in the last couple of years, a few papers have been published that show that actually the higher scenarios like RCP 8.5 are quite unlikely. And deeply hidden in the report, IPCC more or less admits this with this sentence: the likelihood of high emission scenarios such as RCP 8.5 or SSP 8.5 is considered low in light of recent developments in the energy sector. Wow. This is actually this should have been actually one of the major conclusions of the whole report. This should have been highlighted in the summary for policymakers, because what is said here is that RCP 8.5, the highest scenario, is considered unlikely, highly unlikely by the IPCC itself. And a lot of literature has appeared in the past few years documenting this, and I just want to show this one. Here you see in yellow, you see this the higher scenario, 8.5 scenario, and at the bottom, the dots, You see projections for 2040 by the by the EIA and by the British Petroleum Energy Outlook and ExxonMobil Outlook. And you see that current policies are at the bottom of all the scenarios. And even to understand it even better, and this is coming from Roger Pielke, coal use in reality and in fiction. At the moment, we have 151 exajoules from 6,600 coal power plants in the world. If you follow the RCP 8.5 scenario, in 2100, we will have 32,000 new coal power plants. Yeah, that means one extra plant per day now until 2100. And this, by energy policy analysts, is regarded, as you can imagine, as very, very, very unlikely. I mean, China and India are building new coal power plants still, but if you look at the global picture, it is leveling off. And it is really unlikely that that we would get 32,000 new coal power plants in the coming century. And also the scenario below that, the SSP 7.0, requires 17,000 new additional power plants, almost one new power plant every 2 days from now until 2100. So this was it for the moment. We will keep working on our report and hope to finish it in a month or so. Yesterday we put out a one-pager by Guus Berghout, our president of CLINTEL. Go to our website and check it out. And for now, I want to thank you very much for listening to my presentation. If you want to follow us, go to our website and subscribe to our newsletter. You can find all the information at clintel.org. And also, if you want to support our IPCC project, you can also go to our website and make a donation or become friends of CLINTEL. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marcel. It's fantastic to know that we have climate realists spreading the word effectively in the Netherlands, CLINTEL, Marcel's group. Here in the UK, the Global Warming Policy Foundation, Harry Wilkinson's group, who spoke yesterday and will be speaking again today. As well as in Germany, the European Institute for Climate and Energy, Holger Thus and Wolfgang Müller. Heartland will be at their climate change event next week in Gera, Germany, where they have a conference that's going to be similar to ours, but presenting the climate realism truths on the European continent. Now, we've talked about science quite a bit yesterday and today, and really I want to ask a question. I want to challenge you. Challenge you if you're not sure where you are on the climate change debate. Challenge you if you think that there's a climate crisis, and heck, even challenge you if you believe that we're not facing a climate crisis. And the challenge is this: who do you trust? For what reason do you believe in a climate crisis? For what reason don't you believe in a climate crisis? Or are you in the middle? Why is that? And the reason why I want to present this challenge is because the scientific method tells us let's look at evidence and data. That leads us to truth. Not propaganda, not storylines, not everybody knows or I heard this. Now, in Las Vegas last month at our 14th International Conference on Climate Change, I presented a presentation dubbed Debunking the Murderer's Row of Climate Change Alarmist Myths. And in that presentation, I presented, first of all, the climate activist and media narrative about these high-profile climate scares, but then the actual science. So whether the topic was hurricanes, tornadoes, droughts, floods, the Great Barrier Reef, ocean currents speeding up or slowing down, you saw what the media had to say, what the climate left had to say, but then you saw what the facts are. Now, I'd like to start with another debunking, climate debunking of Murderers Row number 2 here in Glasgow. And again, take what the media says and then compare it to what the objective data says. And if you realize that the facts over and over and over again debunk what you're told in the media and by climate activists, realize that this is their modus operandi across the board. This is what they do. If you find that they're lying to you on this issue and that issue and that issue, don't take them at their word for things for which you don't have the evidence presented in front of you. By the way, send me an email. I'll give you the evidence on whatever topic that they present. But let's start with a few more of these pernicious climate myths that we hear in the media. Now, we are here in the first few days of November. That means Thanksgiving is coming up soon in the United States. And that means we're going to be inundated again and again and again with all sorts of climate alarms regarding Thanksgiving. That's what climate activists and the media do. They find something that people care about, that they love, that might be on their minds, and then they try to tell you that global warming is destroying it. So here you're looking at, this is a screenshot from the Washington Post. This is from November of last year. The title is, How Climate Change is Complicating a Thanksgiving Staple. The subtitle, Heat waves, drought, lack of winter ice are taking a toll on a quintessential Massachusetts crop. So the week before Thanksgiving, the Washington Post tells us cranberry sauce, a staple of Thanksgiving, everyone loves it, it's being threatened by global warming. Well, let's take a look at some facts. Here we have, this is a screenshot from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's page. This was in August of 2020, so just a couple months before we saw the Washington Post article raising alarm about cranberries being destroyed and threatened by climate change. What does it say? The USDA reports that Massachusetts cranberry farmers, keep in mind that the Washington Post story was specifically focused on Massachusetts cranberry farmers were expecting a record cranberry crop for 2020. Record crop production. And the Washington Post and the media tell us that global warming's destroying cranberries. This is what they do. They know the truth, but they lie anyway because they want you to believe in a crisis that does not exist. Now, if you follow cranberry production in the United States, you know that Wisconsin is actually the largest producer of cranberries. So, giving the Washington Post the benefit of the doubt and saying, well, maybe even if Massachusetts cranberry production is increasing dramatically, perhaps in setting records, perhaps in Wisconsin, something different's happening. But no, it's not. Here we have a summary of August 20th, 2020 of Wisconsin cranberry production. Again, noting that Wisconsin leads the nation in cranberry production. But then the Wisconsin State Farmer reports that going back to 2020, the cranberry industry petitioned the federal government to take steps because there were so many cranberries being produced, there was a glut of cranberries, prices went down, they couldn't make money anymore. In this era of modestly warming temperatures, cranberry production not only is setting records, it's setting so many records, production so high, that farmers can't get paid much for them. If you want to say there's a global warming crisis, you can say that global warming makes it so easy to grow cranberries that maybe it's not profitable anymore. But don't tell the American people you can't get cranberries anymore because global warming's destroying production. It's simply a lie. Now, just to confirm that Massachusetts and Wisconsin, the two leading cranberry states, what's happening there is happening across the nation. This is a website from Statista. This is from National Geographic. National Geographic showing U.S. cranberry production from the year 2000 to the year 2018. What you see is that cranberry production for the nation as a whole has increased by approximately 50% in just 2 decades. And it's not just 1 year or 2 years at the end that skew the trend. No, the trend is consistent. It is dramatic. So when the media tell you that we're facing a global warming cranberry crisis, they are lying through their teeth. And again, I want to show this slide because this shows the Washington Post article. The date was November 18th, 2020. They had access to this. They had access to this. They had access to this. And if the Washington Post is going to tell us that we have a crisis that's threatening cranberry production, they had all the data to know otherwise. You have to assume they did know otherwise and are deliberately lying. And it's going to happen again this year. In fact, it's already happened to some degree. Here's an article from August 25th of this year. Yale Climate Communications. The headline of their article, Climate Change is Hurting Cranberry Harvests in Massachusetts. A quote from the article, climate change makes holding on increasingly hard. Holding on. They're just holding on in the face of this climate crisis. More extreme heat in summer, warmer winters with less ice, and wild fluctuations between heavy rain and drought are taking a toll on cranberry plants here. Yes, they are. They're taking a toll in the sense that they are more productive than ever before. That was in August. Expect much more of it later this month. But now you know the truth, and now you know who's credible and who isn't. After Thanksgiving, we will be in Christmas season. And Kamala Harris and the Biden administration are already blaming global warming for anything that goes wrong regarding Christmas. In fact, in this case, because we have the backup of the delivery supply chain off the Pacific coast, rather than admitting that their own policies are contributing to this, the lack of labor availability that is in large part due to the supply chain backup, Kamala Harris is blaming global warming. Here is a quote from Kamala Harris at a press conference in Singapore in August of this year. This is what Kamala said, quote, "The stories that we are now hearing about the caution that if you want to have Christmas toys for your children, it might now be the time to start buying them because the delay may be many, many months." And of course, the climate crisis is fueling a lot of this, says Harris. When we look at the stronger typhoons that have disrupted shipping lanes and sea level rise, which threatens port infrastructure as an example. So these are the many issues that are causing these disruptions. So according to Kamala Harris, we have hundreds of ships sitting offshore in California, waiting to unload their cargo. They can't do it because typhoons have blocked the shipping lanes and are causing havoc this year. And sea level rise, I guess, is inundating ports, although we haven't seen any reports of that in the media. But let's take a look at some of the facts here. Okay, on the left, you see this is a chart produced by climate scientist Ryan Maui. This is taken from National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration data. The data is regarding global tropical cyclone accumulated energy. In other words, this is the total energy produced by hurricanes and tropical storms around the world. On the far right of that chart is you see 2021. Do you see this massive increase in hurricane activity, typhoons in the Pacific Ocean? Do you see this mass increase that Kamala Harris blames on the backlog of ships off the West Coast? No. You see that actually this year has been a lower than average year for hurricanes. If you look also on the right, I've pulled some information. The first one is from Wikipedia. Not always the best and most accurate source of information, but in this case, it is spot on. According to the Wikipedia page, the 2021 Pacific hurricane season, quote, September, so right after Kamala Harris made her statement, September was the least active month of the season since 2010, with only one named storm. Okay, 2010, Pacific Ocean hurricane and tropical storm activity, the lowest in more than a decade. Also from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, this is a quote from their website, that there's been, quote, an average Eastern Pacific hurricane season has 15 named storms, 8 hurricanes, and 4 major hurricanes. But they report this year there have been 17 named storms, so about the same as normal, 8 hurricanes, exactly the same as normal, but only 2 major hurricanes, half as many as one would expect. By any measure, at worst, this has been an average Pacific Ocean hurricane season. And really, it's been a quieter or less devastating than normal because the major hurricanes are the ones that are problematic. Moreover, Kamala Harris blames sea level rise. Okay, well, this year there has been less than 1/10 of 1 inch of sea level rise compared to last year, when Donald Trump was president and we didn't have this backup on the West Coast of shipping. Less than 1/10 of 1 inch of sea level rise has not devastated port infrastructure on the West Coast. What we have is this. Global warming is to politicians what the dog ate my homework is to 5th graders. When you've screwed up and you're facing the consequences for your own lack of competence, blame global warming. Just make it up and blame it. The media will carry water for you. People will believe it because everyone knows it, but the facts tell a different story. So when the Biden administration continues to blame global warming for the fact that your Christmas packages aren't being delivered on time, no, it's hogwash. You knew it was hogwash anyway, but here's the data. All right, next up. As I mentioned, the media likes to just identify what people love and then claim that global warming is threatening it. So people will say, oh my goodness, it's really affecting me. Coffee is one of those topics that the media present and climate activists present all the time. Global warming is destroying your coffee. You need to act now. We need to act now if you like your Morning Joe. So here's an article from Time Magazine. The title is, Your Morning Cup of Coffee is in Danger. Can the industry adapt in time? My goodness, global warming is destroying coffee crops. Can they adapt and save the ability to give you your coffee beans? Well, let's take a look at the actual facts. This is from the website Statista. This is representing coffee production globally. Coffee production worldwide from the 2003-2004 season through the 2019-2020 season. Look at this. What we see once again is nearly a 50% increase in coffee production globally during the past 15 to 20 years. Those are the hard facts. The media and climate activists tell you over and over and over and over again, because I see these articles myself all the time. Every week there's some alarm about global warming's destroying coffee beans and coffee production. Know the truth. Who do you trust? You trust the data, and the data is with climate realists, not the media activists. Maple syrup. We're getting to the winter season, so people are going to have more pancakes and hot maple syrup. So again, this is something that the media always claim. Year after year, they claim that global warming's destroying maple syrup. Here is an article from CNBC. The title is, Hotter Winters, Darker Syrup. Maple farmers fear climate change will upend New York's industry. Well, let's take a look at the actual data. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, again, folks, I'm presenting authoritative, objective sources. I'm not presenting someone's estimates, guesstimates, or interpretation. I'm giving you the actual data from the credible sources, the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So I found on their website that a 2018 publication, and they listed the amount of syrup yields per tap by year. 2015, you see that New York maple syrup farmers, producers, were able to get 260 gallons per tap. In 2016, 281. In 2017, 287. Every year, maple syrup production, and not just because there's more people out there producing, therefore you get some more. No, production per tree, yields per tree. If global warming is so devastating to maple syrup production, why is it that yields per tap are increasing? I then found the 2020 publication from the USDA, so we added a couple more years of data. In 2018, 295 gallons per tap. 2019, 293 gallons per tap. What we see is an approximately 10% increase in yields per tap just in the past 5 years. And yet, according to CNBC, maple syrup production is being devastated by global warming. By the way, this USDA data, the CNBC article is specific to New York. So I got the USDA data for New York. MSNBC is either tragically and laughably incompetent, or they are lying through their teeth. I think it's the latter. We're seeing record production nearly every year in maple syrup production, and they tell us we're facing a climate crisis for maple syrup. By the way, it's not just New York. If I'd pulled another article about maple syrup production, and there's so many out there, here we have from Statista maple syrup production going back over the past 10 years. What do you see? You see the same thing. You see lesser production 10 years ago, more production today. There's a consistent increase in maple syrup yields per tap. That's throughout the United States, not just in New York. So when you see these articles in the news, whether it's coffee, maple syrup, chocolate, wine, beer, they're all out there. They all have the same result. Time doesn't permit me to hit all of them, but you can take a look at a few of the sampling here. Again, maple syrup production, it's not a crisis. It's setting new records consistently. Long-term increase, short-term increase, maple syrup production is not a crisis. All right, let's get away from specific products. I want to talk about a couple other items that are frequently in the news and have been in the news for quite some time. The Great Lakes. Back in 2012, we were inundated with media reports about global warming was causing a decline in the amount of water in the Great Lakes. So here's a National Geographic article. This is from November 27th, 2012. The title is Warming Lakes. Climate change and variability drive low water levels on the Great Lakes. The article chronicled, in their view, all of these tragic results of lower water levels on the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes need a lot of water, and it's global warming that's causing a decline in water levels, and this has terrible consequences. Well, let's go take a look at some data. Here we have, these are the actual, the water levels that were compiled by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. This chart itself was produced on Dr. Roy Spencer's website, taking that NOAA chart and the NOAA data. And what you see, not quite at the far right, because this chart was produced in 2019, so 7 years earlier, what you see is that, yes, for Lake Superior, and yes, for lakes Huron and Michigan, water levels were low. They weren't at record low levels, but they were low. Lake Erie wasn't. Lake Ontario wasn't. Based on a couple of the Great Lakes being low, you have this alarmist story from National Geographic. And yet, now look what's happened since then. Lake Superior, Huron, Michigan, Erie, Ontario are all filled with more water than usual. As a whole, they have been at record high water levels. We now have an abundance of water. If global warming causes lower water levels, then why do we have record high water levels? So let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the media now has apologized, given corrections, taken global warming off the hook? Of course not. So here now we have, this is an article, this is from the Union of Concerned Scientists, and this was parroted in the news media throughout the world. This is from September 20th, 2019. Here's the title. Researchers think they know what's causing record water levels on and flooding around the Great Lakes. Climate change. So global warming causes record low water levels. Global warming causes more water levels. Climate change is to blame. Low water is terrible. High water is better. Oh, no, we were wrong. High water is terrible. Lower water is better. You can't believe what you hear in the media and from climate alarmists. And notice that if you were to look at these articles, they don't present any data. They don't present any facts. They present anecdotes and some surface observations and then blame global warming. Global warming doesn't cause Great Lakes levels to rise and fall. It can only do one or the other, or neither. Can't do both. But the media tells us both. And again, the media articles continue. That last one was from the Union of Concerned Scientists. This is from Pew Charitable Trusts. Rising waters threaten Great Lakes communities. So now it's so terrible to have more water in the Great Lakes. Again, rising lake levels have caused significant damage throughout the Great Lakes, and experts say climate change is rapidly altering the shoreline. Can't be causing them to both rise and fall and rise again. All right, Lake Tahoe, here's another one. Here is an article from the Los Angeles Times. This was taken just about, I believe, a month ago, October 17th, 2021, so about 2 weeks ago. The title is Lake Tahoe Waters Plummet as Drought, Climate Change Plague Resort. So if you have lower water levels, then according to the Los Angeles Times, that's proof of climate change. Climate change causes lower water levels in Lake Tahoe. Let's look at the actual data. Here we have from the U.S. Geological Survey, the chart on the left, which I cut and saved onto my computer just last year, chronicles Lake Tahoe water levels. When you look at the right portion of that left-hand chart, you'll see 3 peaks near the right-hand side. Those are peaks at the 9-foot gauge level. And what that means is that when it gets to that high, government officials have to actually release water, excess water into the Truckee River to keep Lake Tahoe from flooding the shoreline. 3 years out of 4, they had to do so because water levels were so high, because there was such an abundance of water in Lake Tahoe. Now, if you look at the right-hand chart, this is the I keep saying Great Lakes because of the last topic here. But on Lake Tahoe, you see a decline in water levels. It's not down to a record low. And by the way, that's going to rise pretty quickly because of last week's precipitation in California. But nevertheless, we have, going back to 2017, we have water levels that have completely filled Lake Tahoe. When just once you have a period where that isn't achieved, you have the Los Angeles Times blaming climate change. Climate change causes drought and low Lake Tahoe water levels. Did climate change cause the abundance of water the last 3 years? They don't say so. But you know the truth. You can't blame climate change for finally when you have a temporary decline in Lake Tahoe water levels. All right, what I presented here is just a sampling of topics that we at the Heartland Institute have put together in a website, climateataglance.com. We launched this website early last year, and for a variety of topics that the media and climate activists frequently present, whether it's hurricanes, tornadoes, droughts, floods, the Great Barrier Reef, which I talked about in Las Vegas, or whether it's the topics I presented today, and there are many more. We put 30 of them together in this printed book, Climate at a Glance for Teachers and Students. And although our website is climateataglance.com, the reason why we call this book Climate at a Glance for Teachers and Students is we intend to mail this book to every high school science teacher in the country. We intend to send this book across the board to teachers and students. I have a copy of this book right here. You see a copy on screen, and if the camera will show me as I'm talking, I'm holding this up, but if not, you see the image on the PowerPoint. We need your help to do this. It costs us about $5 per book to print this and mail this to a teacher somewhere in the United States. If we're going to mail it to 100 teachers, it's going to cost us $500. I'm confident that we can raise that money. I'm confident that you in the audience who are concerned about getting the truth to students who are being inundated by one-sided propaganda in the schools will help pitch in for this. Please help out at the Heartland Institute website, heartland.org. You can go right there and there's a button to donate. For every $5 that you send us, we can send a copy to a teacher. They can then present this information to students. And hopefully, for teachers that are open-minded, hopefully there are still many that exist, we'll change their minds. And every time that we change a teacher's mind, we're going to have the real truth presented to students around the country. This slide here shows a sample of what is on our Climate at a Glance website and also in our book. The way we present this is we have a few bullet points, so it's very concise. In just a minute or so, you can understand what the truth is, what the key points are on a particular topic. This one is U.S. temperatures, the U.S. temperature record. Are we setting these record temperatures every year? A few bullet points tell you the truth. Then a short discussion in which we discuss the topic a little more in depth with some citations and references to the data. And finally, we present one, sometimes two, compelling graphs that a quick glance will tell you what you need to know. So in this graph here, what you see is a temperature history of the United States going back to 2004, when the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration implemented its most accurate temperature station network, the Climate Reference Network, the most accurate one that they've ever put into place. That became operational in 2004. Highly credible data that doesn't need to be altered by government gatekeepers. And what we see is there's been no increase in U.S. temperatures now for more than 15 years. When folks say that I can go out into Michigan or Colorado or Seattle and I can see the difference, media will say you can see the difference that climate change is causing. No, you can't, because temperatures haven't changed. They've stayed the same for more than 15 years. Folks, this is our way to reach out not only to the media, not only to people across the country, but especially to teachers and students, to young people. So help us out in this regard, and we'll make sure that every teacher in the country gets a copy of Climate at a Glance for Teachers and Students. So, that being the case, it's a good segue to introduce our next speaker. Andy Singer is our digital media manager at the Heartland Institute. Many of you know him because he produces our climate realism videos. So we have a website at the Heartland Institute. We launched it about 1.5 years ago, climaterealism.com. And what we do on climaterealism.com is each day we do a search, we do an internet search engine search, Google News, and we see what's in the media, what's trending, what are they telling us each day is the daily climate crisis. And then we present the facts, what's really happening. And it's much like the slides that I presented today. That's the information we present to debunk, whether it's this month we'll hear a lot about cranberries, whatever it may be, coffee. Andy Singer then takes a look at that information, and sometimes he does additional research on his own on different topics, and he presents a concise 3, 4, 5-minute video to millennials, to younger people, telling them the truth that they haven't heard in school, that they don't hear from their friends. And the climate realism videos have been a tremendous success. We've had viewership numbers for Andy's videos that top anything that we'd ever done prior to just very recently. So Andy has put together a video in which he's going to give his perspective on global warming, especially from a millennial's perspective. He was going to be here in Scotland, but again, the travel difficulties, the paperwork difficulties prevented him from making it. But it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Heartland Institute's own Andy Singer.
Hello, everyone. I am Andy Singer, and to be honest with you, I wish I was with you all today. I can't be due to a passport issue. I 10% blame myself on that because I didn't renew it. But I would like to say that the moment I realized I was going to Scotland, I attempted to renew it. And due to 45% COVID-19, there's a shortage in the government's ability to renew. It's like way harder now. And 45% because I don't think Joe Biden's running the most efficient show in the world. I'm going to get into that a little bit more later. But unfortunately, I am here in Chicago, Illinois, not with you all, giving you my presentation. So before I start, I am Andy Singer, as I said. I am the digital media manager for the Heartland Institute. And see, isn't it great when you mispronounce your own organization right away? And I am featured in most of the climate realism videos. So I film myself many times, like all the time, just talking about scientific issues and trying to relay them to the youth. So with that, let's get started. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. Should I have done this before I started? Probably, but then it doesn't give me a little counter on screen with how long I've been going, and that counter is kind of helpful. So we are sharing it now. One more moment. Isn't this fun, everyone? There we go. And there it is. Great. So, a convenient truth. America's youth is misguided but not lost, by Andy Singer. They tell you not to just read your PowerPoint slides. That's exactly how I just started this, so we'll improve from here on. But here's what I want to actually talk to you all about today. I want to discuss with you my experience growing up and how climate change was taught to me throughout my entire education, from when I was young to the end of high school and even college. I want to give you my assessment of where we are right now in the debate. And then I want to explain why everyone in this room is not just important, but is actually going to help us eventually win with regards to the youth. So let's continue. My experience with climate misinformation. So when I was in middle school, I actually lived in London and went to a school called the American School from London from 2005 until 2007. Now, this is a great school. If you're going to first grade in the school, you have to take an aptitude test. So the reason I say this is just to say, it's not to promote myself, even though I love doing that, but it's to essentially just say that this wasn't just some backyard school that was attempting to just propagandize people. It was actually a very good school, and it was a private school, which many on the right think is our refuge from misinformation. Now, at the same time, an inconvenient truth came out in 2006, starring my hero, Al Gore. Sarcasm. But yeah, so I'm going to show you all a clip from this film. But before I do, I just want to talk about how I actually believe that seeing an inconvenient truth in 7th grade was a moment, 8th grade, a moment that I actually think woke me up. It was my moment that I became woke, but not in the horrible way. And it's because of this. I was sitting there watching the movie and I didn't understand any of the science, none of it. I don't want to pretend like I just sat there and I realized the science was wrong. But what I did understand is that there was something manipulative about that film. There was something wrong about the way it was trying to convince me. And I walked out of the film that day and was speaking with my friends. And I just said to them, like, hey, guys, because I wasn't friends with any woman back then, or now. But I was like, hey, guys, did anyone else find that film like deeply manipulative? And they said, no, like this is a huge problem. We gotta worry about this. And again, I didn't understand the science, but I did understand that the way it was portraying it to me was something that I shouldn't immediately latch onto. So because I wanted to talk about my growth and how I realized that this issue is we're all dealing with misinformation, I also thought I may as well just slightly disprove one clip from this. So to show you how easy this is, I went to YouTube, I typed in an inconvenient truth, I clicked on the first clip I could possibly find, and I just proved it within 24 seconds. Here it is.
This is Mount Kilimanjaro more than 30 years ago and more recently. And a friend of mine just came back from Kilimanjaro with a picture he took a couple months ago. Another friend, Lonnie Thompson, studies glaciers. Here's Lonnie with a last sliver of one of the once mighty glaciers. Within the decade, there will be no more snows of Kilimanjaro.
Okay, before I continue, I just want to say that He says, Al Gore says, oh, here's my friend Lonnie Johnson dealing with one of the last slivers. If you hear that, what you actually hear is one of the last slivers of Kilimanjaro. It's a weird way of using the English language to trick you. But no, they're saying, oh, here's one of the last slivers of a glacier. They don't tell you what glacier this is. They don't tell you where this glacier is. They just say, ooh, see, this is all that's left. I mean, that right there is manipulative. But more, I thought, okay, so he says within 10 years, there will be no more snows on Kilimanjaro. This came out in 2006. So what's the easiest way to disprove this? Google Mount Kilimanjaro weather. Tuesday, snowing. Wednesday, snowing. Thursday, really snowing. Friday, snowing. Saturday, snowing. Sunday, snowing. And then Monday, it's not snowing. So maybe Al Gore was just, like a couple years and a few days off. Okay, so the misinformation wasn't just in my private school and middle school. It continued throughout all of high school. I attended New Trier from 2007 to 2011. Again, New Trier is a public school in Illinois. It's one of the best schools in Illinois as far as public schools go. It genuinely just is a great school. But one of the moments that I'll never forget growing up was in a social studies course. Now, social studies is what they turned history into, because social studies gives you a lot more room to maneuver around politically, while history is history. This question exemplifies that. So we were taking a test on Greek history my sophomore year, and there was a true false question on it. So there's no other way for me to just tell you what this is. So here it is. True or false? Denying climate change is akin to denying the Holocaust. Now, I am Jewish. It's not just me that was Jewish. This was a predominantly Jewish school. So you're a high school social studies teacher. Your classroom is filled with Jews. And you say that, oh, if you deny the science of climate change, which again, no one thinks the climate isn't changing. That's a ridiculous assertion. And for those of you that are watching on YouTube, but don't like, I know you in the room know this, but if you're on YouTube, since the Earth started, I think it was approximately 5.8 billion years ago, the idea that the climate never changed is absolutely absurd. So I'm just going to move on past that. But what he's essentially saying here is the Holocaust, which is a genocidal event for numerous groups of people, is akin to climate change. So he's saying that climate change is a genocidal event. But then when you actually look at the images of climate change, and I bring this up because if you Google climate change, you get these graphical representations, which I just showed you. There's no picture of climate change. There's pictures of weather. There's pictures of storms, of hurricanes. So there's no pictures of climate change. What you get is this tree where half of it's reality and half of it is this apocalyptic event, which is disconnected from reality. And then they say, oh, this is equal to this real picture, this actual brutal segment of history. And they are not equal. And when you're sitting in a high school course and your grade is relying on abandoning your morals and taking an opinion on a test, and it's not just your grade, also these professors, they write recommendations for you to get into college. So you have to either just suppress yourself and agree with what they say, or take a stand and fall behind while you're still young. So you don't have any opportunity. Now, the left, or not the left, because it's not all the left, it's climate alarmists rely on lies. I know you all know this picture of the polar bear. National Geographic put this out. It was a starving, dying polar bear just slowly crawling its way across, land. It's sad for sure, but they said, this is what climate change looks like. And that's the exact quote of what they said. It is not. What this says is, this is what a dying, starving polar bear looks like. It is indicative of nothing else. It is indicative of that one small thing. And they were so wrong in this, they actually had to walk it back. National Geographic had to admit that the skeletal polar bear global warming link went too far. They will continue to push their narrative until we push back. We pushed back on this one. I told you all I was going to give you my assessment of where we are in the climate change debate. Here it is. We've lost academia. We have. In my opinion, again, the right wing thinks that we've got private schools, and we have some, but we don't have all of them. We don't have public schools, and we don't have universities. They have taken the backbone of academia and used it to pretty much institutionalize the entirety of our education system. Now, next we have the corporate media. Before I continue, I want to talk to you about the use of language. There's a very specific reason I say corporate media and not mainstream media. Saying mainstream media legitimizes it. A mainstream point of view, and we're trying to change that, but we haven't succeeded, says this is the accepted point of view. Now, when we do these presentations, I often think, and I don't want to rag on anyone else's thing, but I often think that we fail talking to the left. I think we talk to our side very well. I don't think we talk to the other side very well. And I think that's often because we use the language of the right. And I don't think the climate change debate is right or left, but I think the majority of people in this debate are on the right. So I want to urge you all to use the term corporate media. And I want to urge you to do that because the term corporate is not a left-friendly term. They hate giant corporations, but they also can't look at CNN and say, oh, CNN, that's some small business. That's some friendly mom and pop shop. No, CNN is a corporation. So when we talk about the media, don't use the term mainstream. Use the term, I think I said turd. It kind of fits. Use the term corporate media. And finally, the woke politicians have taken us over. But here's the one thing, and here's where some of you may disagree with me, but I'm going to try to convince you. We have not lost big tech. So I'm about to show you all a video clip. This video clip actually came from Monday. It came from COP26 right down the road. And I hope you all enjoy this.
Actions to stop the destruction of this magnificent planet. This conference is one of the most important meetings in history. You have the chance to make decisions and reach agreements which will affect the lives of generations to come. You are in a position of extraordinary power. You can change forever the trajectory we are on. You can make a world that is once again full of hope, not fear. This is my message from Earth to COP. On behalf of We the 15, I ask you, please help us to guarantee a safer future for every life, regardless of their ability.
Okay, so the reason I wanted to show you that clip, and I know you're looking at a blank presentation right now, but I do want to give you a slight, what I think about that is you have Joe Biden there, and the lady says, this is the most important time of our lives, and he's falling asleep. That's what he's doing. If this conference truly represented the most important times of our lives, do you truly believe Joe Biden would fall asleep? And do you think that Winston Churchill, while he's in the British Parliament and the Germans are dropping bombs on them, do you think he's falling asleep? No. Do you think John F. Kennedy during the Cuban Missile Crisis is falling asleep? No. And these United Nations Conference on Climate Change, they happen year after year after year. Every time they say, this is the most important event of our lives. And then you have leaders falling asleep. It's because they know this is not the most important event of our lives. The person speaking might believe it. The leaders know it's not. Joe Biden falling asleep, and we know he's old, he's tired, but it's more than that. Now, I want to tell you that hope is not lost. We actually have an opportunity right now that not all of us have realized, and I think our movement hasn't fully latched onto, but this is the time that we have a chance, and it starts with the Trump era. The Trump era woke Americans up to the deception from the corporate media and political elites. Now, I want to just give you a little bit of a, disclaimer here. I'm not here to talk about agreeing or disagreeing with Trump. I'm not going to talk about what I think about Trump. And some of you probably agree with me on Trump. Some of you probably disagree. Doesn't matter. What I do want to talk about is what the Trump era did to America. And not just America. I actually think the Trump era movement went global. Not the movement. What he did went global. And what he did is that he made America and the world wake up to deception and misinformation. For the first time in my entire life, people know that the corporate media, don't say mainstream, the corporate media is not our friends, and they are not giving us the facts. The way I actually see it is there are facts, there are opinions, and there are judgments. And I've always believed that the corporate media gives us opinions, portrays them as facts, and then makes judgments on them and portrays them as opinions. So they almost operate one level above where they actually are. But the Trump era woke Americans up to that. And Americans became sick and tired of woke culture. They are tired of our woke institutions. And we've woken up to the fake news perpetrated by the entire establishment. And finally, censorship of conservatives is no longer a secret. It's not a right-wing thing. It's not a left-wing thing. People on both sides of the aisle know that conservatives are being censored. That doesn't mean that people on the left wing agree or disagree with that censorship. They may think, oh, it's the right thing. You know, it's hate speech. We need to censor that. But everyone now knows it's a thing. And what it has led to is that we are the counterculture, and the public sentiment has shifted in our favor. This is huge, and this is because of the Trump era. And this is why we have an opportunity moving forward. So now I want to show you what I consider to be the power chart. This isn't all of our nation, but this is the part of our nation that is connected to the political establishment. On the bottom, we have the experts. Above that, we have the influencers. And on the top of the power charts, we have the elites. So the experts. In terms of climate change, these are the scientists, or these are the people that are just so informed on the issue that they go out there and give an expert opinion. Now, the issue that we have is that experts are often the people that we should listen to, but we often do not hear from. What I want to say to you all is that many of you today in this room are the experts. Now, the fact that I'm saying that we should listen to but do not hear from does not mean we are not being heard. It just means we do not hear directly from. And that's a very important distinction to make. Then we have the influencers. These are the Kardashians. I'm sorry, I had to do this joke. I apologize. Continuing. So the influencers are those who take information from the experts and relay it to the public. And sometimes they just make it up. We've all been watching TV before, watching the news, any news source, and heard something where you can just say, that was blatantly false, or that person is just talking out of their ass. And you realize that, oh, okay, they have literally no idea what they're talking about. But what I think, and going back to that chart I showed you, I actually believe that many experts' main desire is to become an influencer. There is a reason that when you get out of the government, you don't just go back into government. You go and you secure a TV gig with MSNBC, you go write op-eds with the New York Times, and you write a book. And that's because experts don't actually have power. Influencers have some power. The elites have the most power, but the experts don't have the power. Now, here are the influencers. They are Greta, Fauci, and Al Gore. Now, Al Gore was an elite back when he was vice president, but after his failed presidential run, he became possibly the most powerful influencer ever. He is the one that pushed climate change on us. He's the one that did An Inconvenient Truth. He may not have been moving the levers of government, but he is the one that essentially made this movement huge. He had an audience. Influencers have audiences. He had experts below him, some of which believed this stuff, some of which just gave him information, and then he used it the way he wanted to use it. Fauci, he is another influencer. He was an expert much of his career. He was a scientist. He's not anymore. He's going and he's talking to the American people. But people are also starting to realize that what Fauci says may not be exactly right. So he's not the guy that is instituting the laws that we've had to deal with COVID. But he is the one that made so many Americans lose sight. And I don't think I have to do a Greta opinion. Isn't that photo great? But she is probably the least qualified influencer in this entire debate. Now, what we're doing with the Heartland Institute and our climate realism video series, and I just quickly want to plug this, we have a video series where we take information from experts, we simplify it, and we bring it into short forms, and we're putting it out to the people. Right here is one of the videos we put out. It's called The Media Lied About Texas's Power Failure, and you can see it had a couple 100,000 views. So being an expert that we take opinion from and being an influencer, it has great value. And we are, with the Climate Realism video series, putting that information out. But moving forward, I want to talk about the elites. So the elites are the individuals who have the ability to wield the power and make change. Now, they might have so much influence that they've gotten to a point where their influence gives them actual government power. They might just have so much money that they can buy the government, or they might just be an elected official who can literally write an executive order. But these are the people that can actually create societal change. And they could have been an expert to an influencer to an elite. They could have been directly, become elite. But this is the top of the pyramid, and this is what everyone wants to be. So there are the experts at the bottom, there are the influencers in the middle, and then we have the elites. Joe Biden is one of the elites. Now, I believe that the experts actually compose the majority of society. That is literally almost everyone. I don't have a direct number for it, but I honestly would say it's like 95%, because influencers are that final 4% that has a voice. Naomi Seibt, she spoke for you this weekend. I think she's a very powerful insider for our side, and I think she's incredibly influential, and I'm very glad that we have her. Then the elites, we don't have a lot of elites on our side right now, but we are moving in the right direction. Right now, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think we've lost the scientific debate, but I think the public opinion debate we are losing. Because, as I said, we do not have the people in the top, but here's why we haven't lost the war. We have the influencers. We do. They had them previously. They don't anymore. We have people like Steven Crowder. We have Tim Pool. We have Joe Rogan. We have Jordan Peterson. These people have massive audiences, and they're hugely influential. And without the contributions of the people in this room, these influencers would not have the intellectual ammunition they need to spread the truth, the facts. So let's just show a few examples of why people like us are making this possible. Here's one.
Like carbon dioxide and water put together make sugar, glucose. That's the basis of the energy for all life on Earth, because we eat the plants, or we eat animals that have eaten the plants. It all comes up from photosynthesis and the combination of carbon dioxide and water to make sugar. And this is where the demonization of carbon dioxide is so outrageously off base, because carbon dioxide is the basis of all organic life on Earth. That is where the carbon comes from in carbon-based life. And we are carbon-based life, and so is all the rest of the life on Earth. And if there wasn't any CO2 in the global atmosphere, there would be no life. Not only if there wasn't any, if there wasn't a certain amount.
So yeah, just to quickly go over this, many of us understand the science. That's not why I'm here today. But what I am here to talk about is that we have an expert who is Patrick Moore, who is not just so correct, but he's so concise and so powerful on the issue that Steven Crowder, who is one of the biggest influencers and may eventually become an elite, and if he does, he's going to be one that's on our side. I'm not speaking against that. It's the way the hierarchy of our system works. But we are able to use how we have won the scientific debate and how powerful our message is, and we are able to use the leverage our influencers have. There isn't the most important part is our influencers speak to youth. Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, they're not talking to 70-year-old white men. They're talking to people like me. So our importance, and what I came here to talk about today, is how we are going to win the debate with the youth. This is an example. Next, we have Tim Pool in the Timcast. To be clear with you all, this woman is not Tim Pool, but he is part of it.
But I think that that's a big part of the problem is people just use the data to construct a narrative that they then support with everything else that they're doing, decide that those are facts, and then perpetrate them.
I see that a lot in the climate science arguments when it's like saying there are 6 sandwiches and you eat 1 sandwich a day. In 6 days, we're not going to have any sandwiches. Right. Everybody, in 6 days, we're out. But they take no account of outside influences, that someone might bring a delivery of sandwiches, that we can figure out how to reuse the sandwich.
Well, you had John Kerry recently saying that we had 9 years left until the end of the world. He said something like that. And he was parroting what AOC had said a few years back when she said there were 12 years left. And a reporter asked Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, if there were 9 years left. And she said something like, I don't have anything else to preview for you on that. And it's like, do you really think there's 9 years left until it's the end of the world? And that is what alarmism is, right?
I suppose the issue is, I think it's fair to say we have to keep a close eye on what we do as humans, because to think that we're invincible or immortal, I believe would be stupid. But also, we should be heavily focused on advancing technology.
I agree.
Not shutting it down. And so unfortunately for us, it's a key component of the left to oppose nuclear energy. Like even Tulsi Gabbard, I'm a big fan. She opposed nuclear energy, and I was like, I think you could convince her if you actually show her the data. Modern nuclear technology is fantastic. It's carbon neutral. It has a massive energy return on energy invested, and it's something we should be doing.
Right. And I think
we don't.
And we completely discount the waste that is inherent in sustainable energy. Those wind turbines, they die. They can't be reused. They're going to litter the landscape. The kinds of materials that are used to create solar panels, what's in those things? Well, how are they constructed? I don't think that I don't think we're actually considering, the side effects of any of those things. We're just assuming that because it's sun and wind and those are friendly and filled with flowers, it's all okay.
So I showed you Stephen Crowder. Stephen Crowder is conservative. He would identify himself as conservative. Tim Pool, and we're watching a Timcast right now, he identifies as liberal. So, and then I also said that I'm going to show you Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan identifies as liberal. Joe Rogan supports Bernie Sanders. And then Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson identifies as liberal. These are not right-wing people, but this is what is known as the intellectual deep web. It is the counterculture, and it's where we're winning. Here's Joe Rogan.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
In the most recent year, I think 2019, something like 400 Americans died of natural disasters, right? It's like 300, because I was like 300 times more people died of drug deaths in the United States than from natural disasters. I mean, this is how these two books work together. Is me as someone that considers myself liberal or moderate. I used to be progressive. I don't use that label anymore. But my view is the drug crisis is objectively a much bigger threat to human life and to civilization than climate change. Like, we're adapted really well to climate change. We should do something about it. It's real. There are risks associated with it. But like, there's no scenario in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change of climate change killing 93,000 Americans a year. In fact, there's no scenario of it increasing deaths from natural disasters at all.
Why is it more attractive? Why is that a more attractive talking point? Because this is one of the things that you keep hearing from whether it's whistleblowers at news organizations where they're saying that climate change is the next thing. They're looking at it according to, these people that are talking about it. They're looking at climate change as the next thing that's going to freak people out enough to guarantee ratings.
Yeah. So, okay, that's Joe Rogan interviewing Michael Schellenberger. And, actually the Heartland Institute's In the Tank podcast, Jim, you're there, you're on the podcast. We interviewed Schellenberger a while ago. So for what it's worth, we find these people before the big influencers do find them. And that's important because these people will follow smaller podcasts, which ours is compared to Joe Rogan. I mean, everyone is compared to Joe Rogan. And they look at us to find the people that are worth carrying. Michael Schellenberger is worth carrying. But Joe Rogan is another person that is on the left. Yet he still compromises the intellectual deep web, the counterculture that speaks to our side. And finally, we have Jordan Peterson.
Drought, flooding, and ocean acidification, unanticipated for 65 million years, all result from climate change, according to over 700 of your fellow scientists. So I was wondering whether you thought climate change could be an issue that could unite us all on left and right, moving us beyond debates about C16 to discussions at the UN at Katowice next month, where perhaps humanity might finally discover its global map of meaning.
No. First of all, it's very difficult to separate the science from the politics. And second, even if the more radical claims are true, we have no idea what to do about it. And so, no. And besides, it's even worse than that. Here's one of the worst things about the whole mess is, so as you project outwards with regards to your climate change projections, which are quite unreliable to begin with, and the unreliability of the measurement magnifies as you move forward in time, obviously, because the errors accumulate. And so if you go out 50 years, the error bars around the projections are already so wide that we won't be able to measure the positive or negative effects of anything we do right now.
Yeah, okay, so that's Jordan Peterson, and he's left-wing, and he's just so concise about explaining why the woman who asked the question says we have ocean acidification, we have all these things, and he just goes, no. But he does it in a way where it's clear, and it's not clear that he's just being, it's not a hot take, it's not hyperbolic, it's a moment of certainty, and people pick up on that, and the younger generations pick up on that, and we trust it. So I want to tell you that the future is bright for America's youth, and because these four influencers who are some of the biggest people in this movement, and our side has the biggest people in this movement, they speak to the generations that are the next leaders of America. They are the next elites of America. And the left wing does not have them. They have the corporate media, but we don't trust the corporate media anymore. We know it's not a reliable source of information. And the fact is, the dominance of our movement in the counterculture is going to eventually win us this fight. And that's why they're censoring us. Here's a quick example. We put out climate realism videos on YouTube, and on the bottom of all of them, they say climate change. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns, mainly caused by human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels. Now, weather pattern, I mean, not that. They say that climate change is mainly human. And I went into this earlier, but climate change is something that has existed since the formation of the Earth. The idea that climate change is mainly caused by humans, that is an example of the left co-opting the language. And that's why it's important that we say corporate media, not mainstream media. We need to take the language back. But we are winning this fight. We are. The videos that I've put out on climate realism have gotten over 1 million views since launch. Naomi Seibt, she is globally visible. And many of us here, we are the energy that is powering the climate realism engine. Now, I wish I was in the room with you, but we may not be in the biggest room. We may not be as well known as the celebrities down the road at COP26, but we are the voices. We are the engine, and we are the information hub behind the counterculture movement. And the counterculture movement is winning. It is. And I say that with a high degree of certainty. So we need to continue, our movement needs to continue to provide the facts in this debate, because right now the tide is turning in our favor. We are leveraging our position as experts and influencers, and we will win this fight. Thank you all for listening. This was the first presentation I've literally ever given of this type. I hope you all enjoyed it. Honestly, I had a lot of fun preparing it all. I truly do wish I could have been with all of you now, but for those of you that are there, feel free to email me at asinger@heartland.org. For those watching on YouTube, email me as well. Please subscribe to our Climate Realism Facebook page. See, this is how I end my videos. I'm gonna end my presentation this way too. We actually have really good debates on there. It's a very active page, and every time we post anything, people are arguing in the comments. And subscribe to us on YouTube. For those of you watching right now, if you subscribe on YouTube, you're gonna get a lot of these talks. We put them out all the time. We're now hosting weekly Friday climate discussions that involve me, James Taylor, who's there, Anthony Watts, and Sterling Burnett. They're all great. But again, thank you for discussing. I hope you all enjoyed this. And because I'm not there, I guess I'll say adieu. Peace.
Fantastic job, Andy. Thank you so much for making that video for us. We miss you here in Scotland. We'll be back seeing you soon, though. It's truly a pleasure working with you at Heartland, so thanks for that. Andy is a prolific producer of climate realism videos, and I especially like when he is taking down claims, false claims, that global warming is causing more extreme, frequent, and severe weather events. And it's important to address that because one of the most utilized, probably the most utilized weapon in the climate alarmist bag of tricks is to take any extreme weather event that occurs and blame it on global warming. And when you think about it, if you're looking to delude people, if you're looking to mislead people, why not focus on extreme weather? Because the Earth's a big place, the United States is a big place, and there always have been and always will be hurricanes, tornadoes, droughts, floods, you name it. And if you can connect in people's minds at any time one of those events exists that it's caused by global warming, well, then you're halfway to pulling the wool completely over their eyes. Fortunately, the objective data show that none of those events are getting any more frequent or severe. If anything, we're seeing lesser amounts of extreme weather events. And that's something that just deflates the tires of the alarmist message. And to follow up on that point, we're very fortunate to have again Harry Wilkinson. He is the Director of Policy for the Global Warming Policy Foundation, and that's based right here in the UK. And Harry will be talking about extreme weather events and how we attribute their causes. So once again, Harry Wilkinson.
Thank you very much, James. It's a pleasure to be here again. And I thought I'd take the topic of, are extreme weather events actually getting worse? Now, we can certainly ask many questions about the IPCC process, and very cogent criticisms of that process have been made, and criticisms of the IPCC assessment reports. But I think it's worth just taking them at face value for the time being and looking at what they actually say about extreme weather events, because we hear almost daily claims in the media about all these extreme weather events getting worse. So we should look at what the science is actually saying about those things. So my first slide here looks at what Boris Johnson, our Prime Minister, actually said just this morning. And he was actually responding to a question about the prospect of a net zero referendum, which, unsurprisingly, he wasn't all that keen about. And he used these words. He said, they look at what's happening, that's the public, they look at what's actually happening around the world. They look at the fires, they look at the floods, they look at the hurricanes, and the increased incidence of all three, much increased incidence. So this is what our actual world leaders are actually saying. They're actually claiming that all these things are getting much worse. But does that actually tally up with what the scientists are telling them? Or have they not actually been listening? Have they been bad on the detail and actually pushing a certain agenda without respect for what the science is saying? Now, firstly, we've seen this graph earlier today, and it's worth giving thanks to Roger Pilkey Jr., who's done so much excellent work on this subject in going through the most recent IPCC report line by line and looking at what it says about extreme weather. So this presentation relies a lot on what he has found, and so I thank him sincerely for all the work he's done on exposing what the science actually says. So there's a long list of different extreme weather event types here, and they're split into detection and attribution. So firstly, is there actually a trend? And you can see for most of these weather types, flooding, meteorological drought, hydrological drought, tropical cyclones, winter storms, thunderstorms, tornadoes, hail, lightning, extreme winds, there isn't actually even detection of a trend. And then going beyond that, even if there is a trend, is that actually attributed to man-made changes to the climate? And we see for all those ones which we have no detection, there's also no attribution. But actually, for the heat waves, heavy precipitation, ecological drought, agricultural drought, and fire weather, we're told that yes, there is detection and there is attribution as well. So we'll be going through most of those major types of extreme weather and seeing what is actually being said. So firstly, heat waves. Now, you would expect, if the world is getting warmer, that we would be seeing more heat waves. And they've said that actually it's virtually certain there's been increases in the intensity and duration of heat waves and in the number of heat wave days at the global scale. But actually, we should also bear in mind that this goes hand in hand with a decrease in the number of cold days and nights. So actually, when you look at the mortality from extreme heat and extreme cold, we find that globally there's 20 times as many deaths from the cold. And even in relatively warmer countries, far more people are dying from the cold. So we should be aware of a potential increase in mortality from heat waves, but we also can do a lot to manage that, and we should give thanks for hopefully fewer people dying from cold weather. So there's some good news here, as well as something to potentially be concerned about. And then moving on to heavy precipitation. Now, one of the more confident claims about climate change is actually that there's going to be more moisture in the atmosphere. And that goes down to basic physics. As we increase the temperature, the water holds more moisture. And so therefore this is translated into an increase in the frequency and intensity of heavy precipitation. They will likely increase at a global scale over a majority of land regions with good observational coverage. So that's something to bear in mind, but it's only going to be a problem, you would think, if it translates across to actually flooding. But when we actually go ahead to flooding, we see that actually they don't have that confidence to say that flooding has increased. Now, this is a graph which shows the observed precipitation over land between 1901 and 2010, and between 1951 and 2010. And this was in the IPCC report, and what you can see is actually there's many areas which are getting drier and also wetter. So there's actually an inconsistency between of saying that all floods, droughts are both getting worse, because clearly in those drier areas we may see more droughts, but in those wetter areas it would certainly be very surprising if we saw more droughts in areas which are seemingly getting much wetter. So we can't just claim that everything is getting worse, but that's what you hear in the media day after day. Every single type of extreme weather is apparently getting worse. So the IPCC have addressed this head on. They say that heavier rainfall does not always lead to greater flooding. And that's not surprising, because actually flooding depends on lots of different factors. It depends upon the river basin, how it's managed, whether we build on floodplains, how we manage rivers, and the stream flows that we see there. So there's a lot we can do to manage these risks, and there's a lot of factors involved. And we also need to think of the temporal dynamics as well, because heavy precipitation, if it happens on one-off occasions in intense bursts and not necessarily on a sustained basis, then it may not actually translate through to higher levels of flooding. And that's what we see. We see that confidence about peak flow trends over past decades at the global scale is low, but there are regions experiencing increases, including parts of Asia, southern South America, northeast USA, northwestern Europe, and the Amazon, and other regions experiencing decreases. And that translates to the map that we saw earlier as well. So I think an important point here is to actually consider that different areas have different needs. Different areas are experiencing different changes in the climate that they're experiencing. So each area needs to adapt to its own circumstances. A one-size-fits-all approach in which we try and change the climate at a global level using trillions and trillions of pounds and hoping that this might alter the temperature of the planet and thereby change the number of extreme weather events is a much more fanciful strategy than actually looking at the local areas and managing local extreme weather events locally. Because we've always had extreme weather events, regardless of the trends, they've always been happening and they will always continue happening. So we have to be prepared for extreme weather events, and we're better off investing in adaptation measures that will make us better prepared. And we know there's a lot that we can do to be better prepared. So then we move on to drought. Now, in the most recent report, they actually distinguished 4 types of drought. You've got hydrological drought and meteorological drought, and then you've got ecological and agricultural drought. And while they said the agricultural drought, they did see, but just medium confidence, that human influence had contributed to changes. Now, what's that agricultural drought? That is the moisture in the soil within 1 meter. So, yes, that's potentially affected by the climate, but it's also strongly connected with the human management of the land, agricultural practices, and how moisture is stored in the land, but with actually hydrological drought and meteorological drought, which is more dependent on actual levels of rainfall, we see that there's still limited evidence and low confidence in assessing these trends at the scale of single regions, with few exceptions, and then that the regional evidence on attribution for single AR6 regions generally shows low confidence for human contribution to observed trends in meteorological droughts at a regional scale. So when you hear a claim about droughts getting worse, just cite the science, look at what the IPCC says, and it's much less frightening. It doesn't bear much relation to the hysterical coverage that you hear in the media and from our politicians. And sorry about that, I don't know where that's come from. Just need to get back to my presentation. Let's flick onto this one. Thank you. And this is the data from the NOAA, which I'm sure you'll be very familiar with. And you can see the various types of drought, moderate, severe, and extreme drought. And we see very little change in the areas affected. This is looking at satellite data, so it's strong, robust evidence. And we also see natural forces of natural variation that are affecting these trends, like the North Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation, the Pacific decadal oscillation, the El Niño and La Niña effects as well. So all of these things are bearing onto the trends. And so we shouldn't automatically assume that it's going to be a anthropogenic climate change related impact. It could be to do with other natural factors as well. And then tropical cyclones. So when Boris Johnson said that hurricanes were getting worse, within the IPCC literature this is categorized under tropical cyclones. And here we find he's wrong. There's low confidence, actually, in most reported long-term trends in tropical cyclone frequency. And so what he's saying just isn't stacking up. And on fires as well. There's only medium confidence that weather conditions promote wildfires. But what we see is there's a distinction between fire weather and the actual number of fires we're seeing. So in those areas where we're seeing hotter and drier conditions, and that's not the whole world by any means, that's only certain regions, we see that those areas are experiencing increases in the amount of fire weather. But fire weather is only one part of the story, because for fire weather to translate into an actual wildfire, you need normally actually someone to spark a fire in the first place, and you need sort of bad forest management. If the forest floor isn't being cleared of scrub, then we'll see a build-up of material that can then fuel more devastating wildfires. So there's many factors involved. There may be an increase in fire weather, but that definitely doesn't need to translate into more wildfires, and it hasn't. We look at the graph. This is from NASA. It's very robust because it's now being measured directly from satellites, and we can see that the global burnt area is actually coming down. So yes, there may be more fire weather, but it's not translated into actually more areas being burnt. And then so finally I'm going to move on to attribution science, because the climate scientists for many years were looking at observations and they weren't getting the scary headlines that they wanted. They weren't actually finding that these things were getting worse, and yet they needed to find something scarier that they could feed to the media. So they came up with attribution science, which actually flips science on its head, because what they're doing now is they're saying that here's a model of what the climate would have been without climate change, and then comparing that to reality and saying this event was therefore 30%, 40%, 100% more likely to have happened with climate change. So what they're actually doing is assuming that their models represent the perfect description of reality, and then actually comparing the observations to how well they fit in with the model. So this is a complete flipping around of how science is normally carried out. We normally have a hypothesis, and then we see how the observations fit in with this. This is actually starting with the model, assuming it's correct, and then seeing how much observations fit in with their own constructed reality. And so that new form of science, called attribution science, has brought rise to headlines like this: scientists link Hurricane Harvey's record rainfall to climate change. But this is deeply speculative, and it's totally dependent on assuming that we have robust models of the climate, and that's far from certain. And we know that the scientists who have actually been involved in this new type of attribution science have actually had explicitly political priorities. So when they developed this new type of science, they set out to actually influence the climate debate. And there's a scientist, Dr. Otto, and she's explained how, when she was developing this, she actually was intending that these attribution reports could actually be used to sue people. So she has a sinister objective. She wants to go after people, oil and gas companies, for example, who have actually fueled the modern world as we know it. But she views that as a bad thing, and she wants this new type of science to be used to sue these people. And she's also said that she wants these attribution reports to be used as a crucial piece in getting governments to start changing their policies to create more carbon neutral societies. So when we have a new type of science like this, which has been set out with explicitly political priorities, we should be very, very wary of these new kind of techniques. So let's stick to observations. They actually represent what's actually happening on our planet, and be very wary of politicized science. And but also let's remember that there's a very strong basis within the academic fields to suggest that we shouldn't actually be as worried about many of these types of extreme weather. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. We have about 40 minutes left in our program, and the presenters are all here. So we're going to set them up in a panel over here that the camera will be pointing to in just a few minutes. So if you have any questions you'd like to present to the panel, that being James Taylor, Craig Rucker of CFACT, Mark Morano of CFACT, Lord Christopher Monckton, or Harry Wilkinson of Net Zero Watch. Now's the time to start putting them in the chat. I'll be observing them on this computer right here. And so, gentlemen, go ahead and take your seats. And we can get the panel discussion started. It'll just take a minute. We have just the one camera here, so we're going to have to swing it over there so those guys get in the shot. There's a microphone that they will share so you can hear them, but you won't see me anymore, which is probably a good thing. All right, tight quarters, but we've been spending a lot of time together this week, so and we'll just pass that microphone around as we go. I know, actually, first of all, I think it would be good, and we were going to do this maybe up on the stage, but I think actually having you all together and getting a reaction to Craig Rucker at CFACT and Mark Morano of CFACT. You guys have passes to the conference, so you're really able to get not just close, but in and about. So I wonder if I think our viewers, and I think for posterity, you should perhaps take 5 10 minutes to talk about your experience at the COP26 and maybe compare it to the other COPs you've been to, because in fact with Monckton in the middle, that is actually perfect because you three are a triumvirate of COP crashing. So go ahead.
Oh my goodness, I was going to say, getting into this conference is, I don't know, it's almost like a prison break in reverse trying to get in. To be candid with you, I've never been, and I've been to like 28 of these conferences. I've never been to a conference where it's been this difficult and this many hurdles to go through. First of all, coming from the United States, you have to, of course, have your COVID testing to get on the airline. You got to take it in day 2, getting into Scotland, and daily you have to take COVID tests to get into the conference and show that you've had it. Now, that said, it's kind of a little bit goofy because these COVID tests on a daily basis are actually something that are voluntary. I mean, you take the test, but it's kind of your honor system if you report it as positive or negative. They're not actually checking. They just want to see that when you give in your result, they ask you, did you get a positive test or negative? If you say negative, they send you a little text message, which you have to go in addition to the badges, in order to have access to the conference. Once you get in, the seating is, social distancing. They have mask requirements, all of which are flaunted in a big deal, which is kind of, I guess, somewhat encouraging. But you see the delegates running around, no social distancing. The seats that even are sanctioned off, where they have these little ropes and things on there to make sure that people don't sit too close to each other. People are sitting on top of them or just taking them away. And so, and interestingly too, these COVID tests that they give you are in boxes made from China. Very placed from the Wuhan lab and everything. So the very people who are credited with possibly starting this are the ones profiting from this UN conference, and it's their COVID tests that they're taking. So, long lines, freezing cold too. You're sitting outside, especially the first couple days, waiting, and a gore effect was in full effect here. And it was a real mess. So I think once you were able to do all those hurdles, you were able to get in less painfully the second and third and fourth day, but you still had to show that, you took the COVID test, and they still, do that. That said, I think the delegates right now are just, I think it's great once you get in, but because of all these particular obstacles, there's not as much zaniness going on, because I think there just isn't a lot of people able to get in that are the crazy types.
Right.
And they've also put them in what's called, you have a blue zone and a green zone at these conferences. The blue zone is for the official delegates. We have access to that, but you also have a green zone. And they park the green zone people so far outside of where the regular delegates are that they're so comfortably away that whatever they're doing, we just send somebody out there to go cover it now, and I'm not sure he found it yet. It's that difficult to find. You want to add any of this, Mark?
I think Craig talked about this earlier, but our staff, we ran into Al Gore. Craig got to ask him about his carbon footprint. We've seen Jeff Bezos there. Greta has come and gone. She's mostly outside. I don't think she has an official speaking role at this conference, but she has been in doing interviews and talking to people. Leonardo DiCaprio arrived yesterday, Bill Gates. Ooh. So it's all the usual suspects. I'm not sure if Harrison Ford is here. But as Craig said, this is logistically just not a great center compared to previous ones. Usually you could go from an NGO center and a green zone back and forth and get a whole sense. This is just, because especially the COVID protocols and the geographical layout, it's just a processing nightmare of a convention. But as we said earlier, I don't think it's any problem. No wonder Joe Biden fell asleep. Nothing's really happening at this. And I think most interestingly, one of the things they've come out with today, when the United States is pushing, is the methane requirements. And I think they're pushing this. The whole idea is the United States going to be, the Biden administration, we're going to be aggressive, and that way we'll lead the way for Russia, China, the developing world side. Everyone's going to follow our lead. Well, besides the fact that methane is dubbed the irrelevant greenhouse gas, it's an important one for the Biden administration and the climate agenda, because this is the first step, and they're laying the groundwork here to go after meat eating. They're going to make meat as expensive as possible. We already have the UN summits talking about pushing the fake meat, vegetable processed burger, and also they're going to be pushing insect eating. So they're trying to make meat as expensive and hard to reach as SUVs, and gas is what they're trying to do with vehicles. So this is just, it's bad. It's beyond virtue signaling. They're not going to change the climate. They're not going to even stop CO2 emissions, but they're going to harm millions of people's lives.
Although they do sell burgers in this joint here, so though they want everybody else to do without meat, you can buy a full meat pack at any of these conference meetings.
And I just wanted to just get a quick, actually, observation on when we were together at COP. Was it 21 in Paris? Was it COP? It was the COP in Paris. I believe that was. That's right. I believe it was 20. That was the most important COP. That was the COP that would save the world. I remember the attitude of the delegates and the media was triumphant. They were elated that we were finally going to save the world. And it seems to me that this COP, the attitude is, oh crap, we didn't save the world, and now we have to do it again. But to me, it seems the mood, at least the way reflected in the media, is glum. I mean, the weather actually here in Scotland has been fantastic, but the mood, the attitude has been glum. Am I wrong? And
well,
compare
I was going to say
that to Paris.
Good point, Jim. It is a little more glum in what you would expect, but there is something that's interesting going on too. Is that I find that we went to a meeting yesterday of the WMO, World Meteorological Organization, which is one of the groups that's founded this whole UN process. And very sterile audience, in terms of how they were receiving reports from all the different continents about how bad weather is. One of our delegates came up and said, but CO2 is also leading to record, corn yields, wheat yields, a greening of the earth. It was not met with the usual hostility. We were a little bit disappointed, I guess, in some regard. We expected to be fired at or something like that. But it was handled by one African member of it who said, no, CO2 is only causing drought, scorching earth, and, Armageddon in Africa. There is no positive benefits to it. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But no hostility, which is kind of almost unsettling. It seems like they've lost a little bit of their, oomph at this conference, and I think people are actually getting accustomed to coming to these very nice cities, and their priority is maybe going to see some of the castles or something. I'm not really sure how intense they are on all what's going on.
If they're not out while the weather's been great, they're not going to come out when it starts raining next week. But Lord Monckton?
Yeah, one quick point on this business of doing away with meat. What you notice at each of these successive conferences is that they find a new Western industry that they can dismantle and destroy. They're not going to stop eating meat in China or Russia or India, but they're going to make sure that we stop eating meat. Now, the danger, if we go down that road, is of killing large numbers of people through diabetes and obesity. The pandemic of diabetes and obesity, which is now worldwide, is going to be one of the biggest killers in the world, even if we don't ban meat. But if you do ban meat, then people will be forced onto a high carbohydrate diet, and it's that which causes diabetes, it causes obesity, it causes metabolic syndrome, it causes a whole range of diseases, including heart attacks. The original research on heart attacks in the United States was incorrect. It suggested that eating fat caused heart attacks. It doesn't. Excuse me. It's the eating of carbohydrate that causes heart attacks by causing lesions in the arterial walls. Fat is then taken from the bloodstream to paste over those walls. If you go on eating carbohydrates, then the arteries become occluded with fat, but it's because you've eaten carbohydrates, not fat, that happens. So now that the left are moving towards abolishing the eating of meat, they're not only trying to destroy half of the Western agricultural enterprise, they're also trying to destroy the Western population by getting it onto high carbohydrate, which is an extremely dangerous way of life. And these medical consequences of their proposals need to be fully understood.
One question for you, though, is that they'll argue they're pushing insect eating as a great
Speak in the microphone.
Protein. They're pushing insect eating as a great source of protein. That's their solution. So how, instead of going high carb, how do you answer that?
Well, good luck with that. I don't think it's going to get very far, frankly.
There isn't enough spice in the world.
Exactly. I think that It shows how much they're trying to bring the West down to third world status. That's what this is really all about. It's got nothing whatever to do with the climate. Whether we eat insects or don't eat insects, it simply doesn't affect the climate, nor does it affect the climate if we eat meat. Remember how often the wretched environmentalists simply get the science flat out wrong, time and time again. Every time you hear an environmentalist making a scientific pronouncement, it's almost certainly incorrect. Only a few years ago, they decided that the savanna, the grass in Africa, was coming to harm because of elephants trampling it. So the environmentalists decided the best thing to do was to slaughter 40,000 African elephants. Only then did somebody like us get up and say, hang on a moment, the trampling of the grass is a natural process. It's been going on for tens of millions of years. That's what makes the grass spread and grow and be strong. And so then the environmentalists had to issue an apology for having slaughtered more elephants over that period than the various illegal hunters had done. So it is time that we say to the so-called environmental movement, that part of it which is genuinely environmental, rather than agencies of some foreign powers wishing to do the West harm, from now on, you get the science right, or we're going to start prosecuting you for fraud, because we're no longer prepared to tolerate the drivel that comes out at these conferences.
Very good, very good. Okay, so we have some questions from our viewers on the live stream here, and I have some for myself, so we'll see how many we can get through in the time that we have remaining. And I think, Harry, this might be a good one for you. The General says, the biggest threat to us is the spreading of propaganda by the BBC and other channels. What can the Heartland Institute and others, and the other groups that we're affiliated with, can do to influence this?
Thank you. Yes, I think part of that approach has been in the build-up to this conference. We were hearing about how it's maybe quite more demure than usual, and I think that's been deliberate because Alok Sharma, who's the UK minister who's in charge of leading this conference, has actually got quite angry with the Prime Minister for raising expectations too high. So there was a conscious effort then to lower expectations because they were worried it wouldn't be able to deliver. And so we've seen a lot of rather negative portrayals in the media. So what can we do? We've just got to be here and keep presenting what the actual science is saying about climate change. We've got to make the arguments that fossil fuels have actually improved the world quite enormously. And we've got to remind people that there are benefits to fossil fuels as well as disadvantages. That may seem simple to you and me, but actually with the propaganda that people are listening to, they're not necessarily hearing that point. So we've got to keep emphasizing those benefits and talk about the costs as well of transitioning to other fuels. Because yes, a free market society can actually adapt very quickly when new technologies compete in the marketplace to replace technologies. So we could see a very fast transition if it's a market-based approach. However, a government socialist approach in which the government picks winners is the worst possible way. It's going to cost people an awful lot of money, and it actually won't deliver a particularly speedy transition either.
Well, but I think the question is, how do you break through? I mean, I watched television for exactly 7 minutes yesterday, and it was the end of a BBC Scotland presentation. They had a roundtable. It was debate night, is what it was called. And they had, I believe, 5 people on a panel, all very well socially distanced, no worries. And they went around, and I thought when I first turned it on, I heard somebody who was like on our side, right, a climate realist type person on BBC, because he was complaining about the hypocrisy of the local airport accepting 400 private planes and parking them around like a valet parking lot. I mean, there were so many, they had to make exceptions to get them all in there. And this guy was upset about the hypocrisy of that. I'm like, oh, wow, so they actually have a climate realist on there. And then in the next 5 minutes I watched, and he was included, every single person on that panel says that now is the time we must act. This is, I mean, the same garbage we heard in Paris in 2015. But all of them were climate alarmists. All of them believe that the humans are causing a climate crisis. And all of them believe that no matter what the cost, we must do something, and we must do something now. And the Glasgow COP will be known as the one in which we save the world, which, again, we've been hearing for 20 years. And so I think the question is, you should have been invited on that panel to at least offer 1 out of 5 of somebody who's at least somewhat reasonable, let alone, as far as realist as you are. Why can't... You watch more BBC than me because I don't watch any, so because I don't live here. But you don't see your side represented anywhere in the media. But how do you fix that, right?
And that's been going on a very long time, is that the BBC have actually said they don't want to hear from skeptics. They actually have a document which instructs their employees not to have any discussions of these topics, not to have that balance, because they say that would be a false balance. But I think our best weapon is actually the hypocrisy of world leaders. It's the fact that they're coming here with hundreds of private jets in chauffeur-driven cars, and the public can see that. They can see the hypocrisy. They can see the absurdity of all these bigwigs pretending they're going to save the planet. It's not clear they even believe what they're saying. Do they actually think the world needs saving? I would question that. This is about an ego trip for them. And the public can see that, and so we will keep making that argument. Hopefully we'll get on the BBC one day. We'll keep pursuing those avenues, and hopefully one day we might be represented there as well. But there's new emerging media, there's GB News, there's Talk Radio here in the UK, and they are providing a platform for different views that the BBC and the established media aren't doing.
Okay, very good. James Taylor, I think this one is well suited for you. Cabot001 asks, are you sure that the teachers to whom you send Climate at a Glance won't just bin it if they are climate alarmists? And so I know that happened. In fact, some people took, very good, Craig, thank you. Checks in the mail for holding that up. But we had, some people actually took pictures of a book with a match under it, showing that they were going to burn it, which I hope they do this time around too, because that's great publicity. But what about that concern? I mean, James, if people help us to do this distribution, which is very, very important, how many are going to end up in the bin?
I have the solution: flame retardant. Put all your reports with fire retardant.
Yeah, so some teachers are going to do that, and that's built into the equation. If a certain number are going to throw them out and not show them, even if a majority decide not to present the material and show it to the students, some will. And we will break through that wall of separation between truth and students that currently exists. If this were 30, 40 years ago, the previous question about how do you break through with the media and the one-sided coverage, if this were 30, 40 years ago, we'd have no hope. We just had 3 network, ABC, CBS, NBC, and then a few national newspapers or other publications, Time or Newsweek, and that's it. But today we have ways to break through. We have social media. We have the internet. We have our climaterealism.com, climateataglance.com. There's climatedepot.com. All sorts. Anthony Watts, whatsupwiththat.com. Tony Heller has a fantastic website. And this is this Climate at a Glance for teachers and students is another way to break through that wall. It's an uphill battle, but we need to utilize every weapon we have. And even if no weapon is going to have 100% exposure, we're going to reach a lot of people. And cumulatively, that's how we win this battle. But I do appreciate the question because it's something we talk about. Well, what's the best use of our resources? How are we most effectively going to get the message out? But in today's world, students, young people, they're only getting one message. And even if we don't reach all of them, we're going to reach a lot of them. And I think it'll make a big difference. Yeah. I mean, last time we did a mailing like this, we had, like I said, we had the media go crazy that the Heartland Institute was sending this to teachers unsolicited. And so, they get worried about it, which is kind of half the point. But it's because if we don't send this kind of stuff to public schools, they don't get anything like this. It's just not, the research or the textbooks, I should say, are not remotely balanced. Yes, and just to follow up also, if you have a student in public schools, especially if you have a high school student, of course that student is going to take science, you can also call attention to your school board, to your principal. You can call attention in the media to the fact that the information is there. Why aren't they presenting it? Yeah. And just the knowledge that it's out there will allow students to know where to go and might pressure some school boards to show some balance.
Yeah. Okay, I want to stick with some of the questions of our viewers who've been stuck with us for 2 days, which has been fantastic. The interesting one, I've never heard this one asked before, but I've always wondered it myself. Do the panelists accept that CO2 saturation is nearly achieved?
Shall I start?
I knew you would start.
The answer is no, it isn't nearly achieved. The more CO2 you add, the more of a warming effect you can, in theory, get. But the relationship is logarithmic.
Right.
And that means each additional molecule of CO2 that we return to the atmosphere from which it originally came in the first place has less effect in warming the planet than any previous molecule. And that means that it's not so much that we're nearing saturation as that the efficacy of each new molecule in causing warming is less than that of the ones that went before. But the real problem is not so much the direct warming effect of CO2 as the knock-on additional warming caused by what they call feedback. And that means water vapor accumulates in the atmosphere as it gets warmer, and water vapor is a greenhouse gas. But they thought that that feedback effect would be 4 times as large as it actually is, because they made an elementary error of physics in 1984, which they've all copied ever since. So no, CO2 isn't near saturation, but it isn't going to cause very much warming.
Yeah. In fact, Mike Heath had a follow-up question. Can any alarmist change their mind by confirming Lord Monckton's maths? Which I suppose you kind of got into right there. But you've written or co-written academic papers with the likes of Willie Soon and Matt Briggs and others, Ronan Connolly, and that. You've been published in the scientific literature. I think they lean on you for the math for a lot of that stuff. But what has been the reaction to that? Because I think it's either right or wrong. Mathematics tends to be that way. Do climate alarmist scientists who believe this stuff, have they ever confronted your math and proven you wrong?
They keep trying, but unfortunately they just don't know enough control theory, which is the theory of how feedback operates, to realize just how big their mistake has been. So when we submitted our paper on this to a leading journal, we did this 10 months ago, in fact 11 months ago now, and we chose deliberately a journal whose editor had said publicly that, as a true believer in the new superstition of global warming, he did not think that there was any sound skeptical argument against the Climate Communist Party line, shall we call it. And so we thought, well, we'll send it to him, because if there's anything wrong with it, he's sure to be anxious to find it. So what he did on seeing it was to try to derail it with various minor things, like we hadn't submitted it on the right form and that kind of thing. Eventually we complied with all his absurd requirements. And then for 11 months, nothing. I think it's pretty clear they are unable to refute our argument, but they are certainly not willing to publish it.
Fair enough. Thanks for the answer to that question. And CM at the Freckle, one of our commenters, says, we need more Christopher Monckton memes out there. So we'll work on that. I'm sure actually the king of memes around here is CFAX, so maybe they could work on that for you. All right, so let me get some of my observations and questions I had the last couple of days that I was dying to ask you fellas. China obviously famously didn't come to this COP26. Which is supposedly the latest and most important climate conference ever, and we finally have to get something done and all of that. It's been this way. It's been that way for decades, but that's going to be the most important. Russia didn't come either, right? And India said, yeah, we're going to put off those climate emission goals until 2070, if then, because literally the day they made that announcement, the net zero by 2070 announcement, India's ministers asked its coal sector to produce more coal and expedite ongoing fossil fuel projects on the very same day that their prime minister said, we're going to do the net zero by 2070 goal. So, so some reaction to that maybe. It tends to tell me that this is not serious. Well, it's never really been serious, but these people are not. They're trying to fool the hoi polloi, the ordinary person, to make them think they're actually doing something. That's probably the best case scenario. But what is the point of all of this? If the biggest actual polluters, not CO2, but actual polluters of the earth are not even here to talk, even to tell them in person, sawed off, I'm doing my own thing, which is what India basically did.
Yeah, well, the Indian environmental minister years ago said we are not going to sign on to a United Nations development limiting treaty on climate when up to 40% of their residents live essentially in defined poverty, without running water, electricity, without modern essentials. India knows better. The reason Russia's not here, the reason China's leaders aren't here, very simple. Joe Biden is doing their work. Why would they want to come distract from the good work that Joe Biden is doing for them? John Kerry says climate is the greatest national security threat. It's the Biden policy that's the greatest national security threat. They wouldn't even give Biden the courtesy of a face-to-face meet, China. They wouldn't give John Kerry the courtesy. Of course, they gave that courtesy to the Taliban. China is beside itself loving this week with Joe Biden upping the U.S. commitments. And we also have, Vladimir Putin loving this as, more and more Europe's becoming dependent on Russian oil as they shut down their domestic energy. So this is and also, of course, Saudi Arabia is not here, which means OPEC is very happy as Biden administration is begging them. This is a farce from top to bottom. The Biden administration, I'll tell you the key thing that happened today. It's happening today. Biden, the reports are coming out that he's a down Biden today, not very excited. He's coming home to an America that's transformed. I live in Virginia. What happened in Virginia yesterday with the election night is a huge blow to the COVID mandates and the climate mandates. Virginia was about to do a clean power plan. They were going to start clearing forests for solar panels, renewable energy. It was going to be a huge mess, turning Virginia following the way of the Pennsylvania, of New York, Massachusetts, the regional greenhouse, all of that. That all ends immediately. This is a blow to the technocratic, unelected bureaucrats controlling every aspect. And the Democrats know it. The messaging they have is off. And that's the real message of this climate. Biden overstepped it, and he got spanked for doing it. And that's the election in Virginia and possibly New Jersey. We'll see what happens.
Just wanted to add that what I found interesting, I was at a working group just 2 days ago. I think it was on Monday. And there aren't very many things going on in the COP because when all the world leaders came, they basically shut down most of the side events, any demonstrations or things. But you could go to a couple of them. They were very boring. In some ways, I kind of identify with Joe Biden falling asleep, and I don't hold that against him. But one of them was dealing with this whole idea of different emission levels for different countries and justifying the idea that basically we got to understand India, China, but even more so the other developing nations, maybe not making as many cuts as the advanced nations because, of course, the advanced nations are the ones who've wreaked havoc on the earth. They've benefited from it economically. And it was amazing to me how many studies they did. They did several of them that they put forward at the conference, basically trying to give academic cover to the idea that we should allow the world can still reach net zero if we allow the developing countries to maybe put out a little bit more, as long as we really hammer it here in the West. So I found that kind of curious. And, you also have the Economist magazine coming out this week, what they call, it's not just a matter of being net zero, it's negative emissions growth. And I found that rather curious too. So the debate coming up right now is how can we basically suck up more CO2 in the West than we, not just that we put out, but what also the developing world puts out. So there's not a lot of pressure on India, China, and these other countries to try to cut back, at least that I'm hearing at this conference.
2070 is a long way off.
Just to do the figures on this, because it's quite important when you get these pietistic ideas coming out. But the fact is that 70% of all new emissions of CO2 come from the developing world, chiefly China and India, which between them account for half of all new emissions. And so the idea that the West, even if we were to stop emitting altogether, that would not make any difference to the rate at which the world continues to warm. It will warm, but slowly, gently, and beneficially. So the idea that we should go on trashing our economies for the sake of achieving no climatic change, the only change we'll do is to wreck. It's not a sensible policy in the long term. All that is really going to be achieved, if this climate nonsense continues any longer, is the destruction and laying waste of the economies of the West. And I, as a Westerner, don't want that.
Well, if one didn't know any better, you might think that was the whole point. James Taylor, I think, wants to jump in here.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Paris Climate Accord doesn't put much, if anything, for restrictions, certainly no restrictions, but we will aim to reach our peak around 2030, and then after that, we won't, our aim is to not go any higher. We hear about India in 2070, but, not only does that, China is making a point, as is India, to develop as much conventional energy, and especially coal, as possible right now, so that they can make that peak as high as possible, so that then it doesn't impede their economic development at all. By the way, I don't hold that against them, but if you believe in a climate crisis and think that we all need to do this together, and the United States needs to lead by example or lead through diplomacy, it's failing. But as much as that really is very little of an imposition on China and India, you see it at this. They're not interested in discussions. What's going to happen? Mark my words. Since when has China upheld their international agreements? Since when have they been a trustworthy partner in negotiations? Come 2030, they're going to say, well, you didn't put as much money into the climate reparations fund as we envisioned in Paris. You didn't reduce the full amount that you had aimed to do so. So we're not bound by any of this. Screw you. And, you can come back to us when you've given us more money and cut more of your own economy. Then we'll talk. That's what's going to happen. One other point, just if I can. When Craig mentioned about how at the COP facility, folks, not social distancing, not wearing the mask, despite the rules that require folks to do so. It's real interesting. A year and a half ago, when COVID first became a notion that, hey, do you ever notice it's the same folks that are questioning mask mandates and social distancing, et cetera, that are climate deniers? Well, I'm happy that they make that connection, because their own words and actions work against their own messaging. They put in place these restrictions for the world for everyone to see. We have we're so adamant about carbon dioxide emissions. They are hypocrites when they come here to the United Nations meeting. They don't wear their masks. They don't social distance. Here in the hotel that we're holding our conference at, you go right outside the door at the bar. Everyone's sitting around talking. They're not putting their mask on between bites. They know that it doesn't matter, that the masks don't do much, that the social distancing doesn't do much, if anything at all. And it's the same thing with carbon dioxide emissions. You are hypocrites. That's why you lost the election last night in Virginia, why you almost lost in New Jersey when you should have won by about 30 points. It's New Jersey. People get it. You guys don't believe the garbage you're peddling.
All right. That's a great way to finish. That's great. Actually, I saw Christian Amanpour actually was questioning Boris Johnson, and asked him, why were you not wearing a mask next to national treasure and 95-year-old David Attenborough? Because you were basically are you trying to kill him, this national treasure? But his answer was like, come on, I felt you make these kind of judgments. You feel like I was far enough away from him. And it's like, well, I'd like to make my own judgment too, like we've made today, whether we have masks on, and we have not had them in this room because we are free and we make our own decisions. So actually, one of the things that I saw mentioned, and it's I was gobsmacked by it, the concern over the deforestation of Brazil. Now, and then extrapolating that, saying that the forest is, or the globe is becoming deforested. But I know from listening to many of you on this panel, but especially James Taylor, he makes this presentation all the time, the Earth is getting greener. The Sahara is actually smaller in size than it was 30, 50 years ago, certainly 100 years ago. And I think this gets to the point that you were making, Christopher, is that there seems to be a desire to stop economic progress. And then so the West has to come back, and they're not even going to let the developing world actually even come up very far. We all have to come down to this crummy middle. But the reason the forest is being destroyed or deforested in places in Brazil is because they're trying to improve their lives. They don't want to live in a jungle anymore. They want to grow crops. They want to build cities, and there just seems to be this. To me, the theme of all these COPs is is economic misery. It's the desire that right now the world is perfect and it can never change. And in fact, it was probably better 100 years ago. So let's go backwards. There doesn't seem to be any real sense that we are on this earth to live our lives and to prosper. But any attempts to prosper by human beings is considered evil.
Every totalitarian movement, whether it be fascism, Marxism, the blend of fascism and Marxism that you now have in Russia and China, Islamism, it might have been Puritanism in religion, it's always Puritan. It always wants to make life miserable for everybody. This is a common feature of all totalitarian regimes. It always has been, and one suspects it always will be. This is particularly appealing to young people who think it's a great idea that everything should become more miserable, provided they can attach some apparently holy purpose to it. And that's why this climate thing is so useful, because anyone who has studied this, to pick up on this point about deforestation, which was the main purpose of your question, yes, there has been a lot of unnecessary and unwise deforestation in Brazil, because although, of course, they want to clear the forest in order to grow crops, they find that by clearing the forest, you get, after a few years, less yield in usable food from the fields than you would have got just by picking the nuts and berries and leaving the trees there in the first place. So it hasn't been a success, the deforestation in Brazil. A lot of it's happened without the knowledge of and contrary to the policy of the Brazilian government. And so it would be sensible from the point of view of Brazilian agriculture if there were less of that kind of unplanned and unwanted and ultimately self-defeating deforestation. So the overall effect, however, of the and oxygen and sunlight in photosynthesis, that turns the carbon dioxide in the air into the carbon in the trunks of the trees and in the leaves of the plants. So it's an essential for all life on Earth, and because the carbon dioxide concentration has increased, and increased quite a bit, by about 50% compared with what it was before the Industrial Revolution, the trees and plants are really enjoying a furious rate, thanks to the CO2 fertilization, as it is called. So the greening of the planet has been visible all the way around the world. You can see it from space. NASA has published a series of papers attesting to this. And to pick up the point about the greening of the Sahara had shrunk by 300,000 square kilometers, thanks to greening of areas of the Sahara that had not been inhabited in living memory because they'd become too dry. But you're too young to remember this, but if you go back 7,000 years, then the whole of what is now the northern Sahara was in fact green. And then suddenly, because of all those pre-industrial SUVs that they were driving around it, it all became desertificated. So frankly, the trouble with a lot of this is that people don't look at the history. They think that every climate change that happens now has never happened before and it's all because of us. If they knew just a little bit of the geological, historical context, they wouldn't worry any more than you or I do.
Very good. Yes. Go ahead, Mark. I have a question for you and Harry, too, after this. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, on the deforestation, I did a documentary in 2000 on Amazon rainforest, clear-cutting the myths. So one of the key things about understand is they would, in the 1990s, before climate change actually caught on, that was the big issue. Hollywood movies, Disney films, National Geographic, Sting's rainforest concert in New York City every year for the rainforest, Save the Rainforest campaign. It turns out it was one of the most intact forests on the planet, still is, more than 90% intact. And all the estimates of how many football fields are in it didn't account for regeneration. And Christopher's right. If they try to do agriculture, it's generally very difficult because the land loses fertility over time. However, what's happened is, as countries are allowed to develop, and I say allowed, meaning they're not having green restrictions on them for economic growth, the people are leaving the jungle, moving into the urban and suburban areas and cities, leaving them. And so what's happened, and even the New York Times in 2005 acknowledged for every acre cut in the Amazon, 50 are being regenerated. There's new forestry techniques now where they do, you can call it sustainable forestry, but within 7 years you can't distinguish the plant and animal species because of the way they cut. They don't just clear whole areas. So there's a lot of hopeful news on the Amazon. And interesting enough, when Bolsonaro became the head of Brazil, the media went nuts after him for deforestation and fire rates that were much actually lower than even had been in 10 years. But they were just trying to hype it, sort of going after him the way they go after Trump. But the Amazon rainforest was another one of those stories that never added up when you looked at the science. And I remember talking to environmentalists in Brazil, slamming the guidebooks down as they told people, come see the Amazon. It's about to disappear for all time. It was just nonsense. It's almost 2/3 the size of the United States.
All right. Well, Harry, did you have anything to add to that?
I think
quickly?
Harry had something.
Thank you. Yes, I think an important point here is it's a sort of neo-colonialist enterprise for us in the West to be telling countries like Brazil to actually how they use their resources. Now, while I do think there's important reasons to protect the rainforest, and there's hopeful news on forestry around the world because of the CO2 effect and for other reasons as well, it just isn't for us to be telling other countries how they use their resources. And we've got into this mindset now where we tell poor countries which fuels they can use, and that will have devastating impacts for the poorest people in the world who need to industrialize, they need to develop, and it's for them to decide how they use their resources. It's not for us to decide.
Yep. Very good, very good. In fact, that's a great segue to two more questions in the 10 minutes I think we have left here. And it's dealing with energy, which is a big topic of conversation here. And it's broken up into two parts in my mind. Energy that works and energy plans that won't work. And so let's get to the energy that works first. Big oil, right? They're always the villain. They've spent the last decade plus funding outfits like the Sierra Club and touting their green energy initiatives, even some saying that we're going to get out of the fossil fuel business altogether. I mean, my favorite was from, I guess, maybe at least 15 years ago. BP here in the UK changed their slogan to Beyond Petroleum. They're a petroleum company. That's like, it's like McDonald's saying Beyond Food, not even Beyond Hamburgers, and doing something else. What's going on here actually is, and actually some of the questions in our chat here talked about why aren't fossil fuels companies actually talking about the benefits to the world and to lifespan and to life among humans because of their product. And why isn't Saudi Arabia actually, instead of not being here, setting up an outfit like across the street, touting the benefits of fossil fuels? Because here, fossil fuel is evil. It's an enemy. And so our viewers today were asking, why isn't the fossil fuel industry, frankly, standing up for itself for all the good they've done in the world?
I can give you some history on that.
I bet you could.
The World Coal Council used to do exactly what you're saying and what our kind audience are also saying, standing up for their own product. And they did that. They had a very good website, which used to have a lot of information, particularly about how valuable coal-fired power is in developing countries. Because if you're a developing country, you're not going to find it too easy, technically speaking, to manage a nuclear power station. And it's no good having wind and solar because you can't afford it. And so what you want is the cheapest form of electricity because you don't have a lot of money. And you want to be able to maintain it, and it wants to be reliable. It's got to be dispatchable, which means you've got to have continuous baseload power available at all times. And the only way to do that, if you're a third world country, is to have coal-fired power. But the relentless propaganda from the far left, who are driving this climate rubbish, was so intense that in the end, all but one of the members of the World Coal Council, about 6 or 7 years ago now, decided that they would no longer fight for their own industry. And the one that continued to fight for it, left the World Coal Council. Same thing has happened with many of the oil and gas companies. They've just decided, for commercial reasons apart from anything else, that they can't go on fighting this. So many people have been fooled by this global warming gibberish that they feared that if they didn't toe the line, then they would be subjected to every kind of lawsuit, and of course that is happening. And when you have increasingly stupid judges, often for political reasons, siding with the extremists, even though the evidence is plainly in the other direction, it is very difficult for them. However, I think we should say, on behalf of our audience here, to the coal and oil and gas companies, let's not call them fossil fuels, let's call them what they are, coal and oil and gas. For heaven's sake, get on with defending and arguing for your own industries. Do not be ashamed. There was a time, for instance, in this country when I was a lad, when coal-fired power was killing 37,000 people a year just in this country through polluting the air. So why did we go on burning coal with that rate of death? Because the benefits of having coal-fired power far outweighed that actually quite large death toll. But of course the coal-fired power didn't just sit there and go on killing people. A friend of mine at Cambridge developed the fluidized bed combustion combined with high temperature. That means you don't get the pollutants that kill people, you just get lots and lots of power and no pollutants. So it can be done and should be done. Just don't wimp out, you wretched coal, oil and gas companies. Stand to defend your industry, because your industry has provided far more benefits to the world than it has ever provided harm. And don't you forget it.
Well said. I know in the past the industry did in fact take a skeptical view. We worked with some of them a long time ago where they were actually on the side of trying to challenge the Greens. They took a strategic turn over almost 2 decades ago, and in fact started to embrace the Greens. I know from our organization, we're accused all the time of receiving big oil money or money from the fossil. We receive none of that, all right? And in fact, the other side, we have evidence that they fund up the wazoo, and you wonder, why would that be? Well, the reason is, and this is what is told, is that they want to get in good standing, as Christopher said, with the public. And a lot of this came from Europe and the way that they handled it. So they took a strategic interest in trying to make themselves, beyond petroleum, make Exxon kind of like a forward-thinking company, thinking that this would, feed the crocodile, as Winston Churchill said, hoping that it will eat them last. Interestingly, I was just at a shareholder meeting. One of the things we try to do, and I know Heartland does too, is to keep these corporations accountable. We buy shares and actually attend their meetings. And I was at one during the Exxon meeting this year where I think it was 2 of their major boards of directors people were replaced by active Greens. This despite and these are people who actually put forward a resolution for the company to actually phase out the very product it was making ultimately, and it passed. So they fed the crocodile and it ate them. And now it's going on, and it's still, when I speak to some of these associations, I get invited from time to time to just give an address and that, they're clueless that they are at war. It's almost like the old movie Independence Day, what can we do to appease you? Die, was what the alien said. And that's where they're at. They don't get it. And they still believe, because they want to get good, what they call ESG scores, environmental social governance scores for their shareholders, that if they do certain things, that'll crank up their standing, kind of like a Better Business Bureau standing with the Greens, and that'll make their product more, attractive. And it doesn't, and they're going to be soaked for this, and a lot of them are going to have a rude awakening one day when they're run out of business.
Yeah, a couple other points. Those are great points made by Christopher and Craig. Regarding coal versus natural gas, the natural gas industry for a long time funded environmental activist groups, and to some extent still do. But their rationale was, well, if the public believes there's a climate crisis, and if legislators impose restrictions on carbon dioxide, well,
Coal is used to fire up electricity, to produce electricity. Natural gas, which these oil companies also produce, ExxonMobil or Shell or BP or whatever else, I hate to name specific companies, but it's just the industry as a whole, they produce natural gas as well as oil. And the thought process was, well, yeah, we're going to support, and they still do support, carbon dioxide restrictions or taxes or cap and trade or whatever, because it is driving out a competitor, and they believe therefore they will benefit. If coal is taken out of the electricity mix, their bet is that natural gas will be added. What they didn't see, talking about feeding the crocodile, is they were off the menu for a very brief period of time while they were funding these groups, and it didn't take those groups long to put them on the menu, regardless of how much funding they were getting. Regarding the coal industry, back, must have been a decade ago, I remember giving a talk to executives within the coal industry, and they wanted to learn about our take on global warming. And at the end of my talk, I received compliments from quite a few of the people there, except uniformly they took issue with me when I was talking about what the future should be and how coal needs to be a staple of our energy future. And these are executives at a coal company and coal companies. And they said, well, we agree with everything you said. It was fantastic. Although, I think you need to leave a little wiggle room. It's okay to phase out coal so long as you socialize the costs. In other words, pay us enough money, we'll go away, buy out our company, buy out our industry, give us a friendly takeover. And that's what it tells you what it's all about. It's all about profit. The natural gas and oil companies, they are going to support carbon dioxide restrictions because they think they can profit by it. I think they're wrong, but they think so. Even the coal industry thought they could profit if they did it right.
All right, I want to wrap up here on the other side of the equation, and maybe I don't want to bring the microphone down here. Skip Monckton for a minute. There we go. So we get these guys in the game. All right. So the other side of that, of course, is what I call the energy that doesn't work, right? So here at COP26, I think giving them the best benefit of the doubt, they would like to go all electric, right? And so they want, but they don't want to use nuclear. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that we could use solar and wind and get all the energy we need to charge up all these batteries that we need, so that the internal combustion engine isn't necessary anymore, except for maybe airplanes and stuff like that. You'd only use fossil fuels for that. But basically, the electrification of the world seems to be a goal that a layman can understand. That's what they want. Again, granting them their best intentions. Why? And if this is a climate conference, and this is something, and they're actually concerned, and they say this a lot, they're concerned about the poorest people in the world. How come there is not a single discussion, and if there was and I missed it, I apologize, about the rare earth minerals that need to be pulled out of the earth in order to create all of these batteries? Even if we were able to increase the battery capacity to hold energy, a battery's capacity 100-fold, which isn't going to happen, but that's what would be kind of necessary to make it somewhat feasible on a grand scale like this. But let's just say even that was possible. You still have to get those minerals out of the earth. It is one of the dirtiest industries in the world, much dirtier than fracking, by the way, to work on prospective energy solutions. And there isn't a single person here, I don't think, that's talked about the child labor in the Congo, of getting cobalt out of the ground, of the child labor really all over the world. And it seems to me, I'll get off my soapbox in 10 seconds. It seems to me that we have a lot of wealthy people here in Glasgow who are very fine having the poorest people in the world do horrible, backbreaking labor so that they can feel good about themselves by driving a Tesla. So why isn't this conference, of all places, this should be the place you talk about those issues, and I guarantee there hasn't been a syllable talked about. React.
Well, I think I have the solution. Let's apply the environment, social governance, and the Chinese social credit score to the solar and renewable energy industry. Can you imagine how they would fail across the board? Are they meeting human rights records? Are they meeting environmental standards? What we've done with solar and wind, again, global U.S. energy production, solar and wind, barely 4% combined energy. They want to expand this and the electrification of our entire, country and globe at some point. And what it's done is it's made us more reliant on China. 90% of solar panels we buy are from China. We have a huge problem with windmills and solar panel in terms of recycling. One of the people who actually laid this out beautifully was Michael Moore in his film, what was it? not Apocalypse. What was the name? Planet of the Humans. Yes, and for his trouble, Michael Moore was exiled from Planet of the Progressives as they all went after him. I mean, he literally went after all the solar and wind power. But this is where the insanity comes. You'll have people shutting down Europe and American mining, energy, exploration, drilling, and all it means is one thing. CO2 emissions will rise even faster because we're going to end up outsourcing it to countries with lower environmental standards, not to mention human rights records. And that's the whole problem with this whole entire green agenda. They don't actually apply anything of logic or anything else. And so I think what we're going to face now is with the coming in Europe and coming in the United States, the energy crisis, shortages, high prices, people choosing between heating and eating, it's all going to come to a head. And even though the New York Times is worried people are going to blame it on the solar, and even though Bloomberg says that's what it is, I think the official media narrative is going to be, I think what Slate magazine is saying. They're doubling down and saying fossil fuels are the problem for the global energy crisis. And I think the only logic thing they're trying to say, their logic is essentially that had we gone renewable years ago, we could have gone through this bumpy transition and we would have been all living in our utopia now. But because of us evil deniers, we delayed it. So now it's going to be an even bumpier transition to this utopian of solar and wind.
Thank you. Yeah, well, Britain is actually a great example of what not to do. We're running an experiment in using this new wind and solar technology. And actually yesterday, on the day of COP conference, we actually hit a new record, and the record was the most money we've ever spent balancing the grid. So that's when we have to get all these backup sources of power, and that included coal. We've made a big deal of saying we've moved on from coal, but we keep needing to bring it back because there's just not enough wind and solar at certain points. So the wind energy collapsed. We needed to fire up these power stations, and we spent something like £44 million yesterday just on backing up the grid, and that's a new record. So we can see in real time at this conference that wind and solar aren't working. The percentage of fossil fuels in the global energy mix has been over 80%, just over 80% for decades, and that number has barely changed at all, despite trillions of investment in renewables. And of course, those human rights concerns are appalling. These are scenes of the most harsh cruelty, and the renewables industry needs to be subject to just as much scrutiny as any other business.
Well, they get it at the Climate Reality Forum. Let's move that microphone down so that James can wrap up here in a few minutes.
Can I very quickly say, as the microphone passes in front of me, every time you add wind and solar to a grid, you add CO2 emissions to the grid. It does not, repeat not, reduce CO2 emissions. The grid as a whole will emit more CO2 the more wind and solar you add, because you have to maintain spinning reserve. That's the point that Harry has just pointed out. And in order to maintain spinning reserve, so you've got enough backup when the wind and solar aren't doing enough, then you have to bring it online, but you have to keep it online all the time, very inefficiently, emitting very much larger amounts of CO2 than if it was running at full chat. So the whole thing is utterly stupid. Every policy that they are advocating to decarbonize the grid is actually increasing the carbon dioxide output of the grid. It is as insane as that.
And there isn't a single steel mill that runs on solar power in the world either, so that makes those things.
All right, well, just to wrap up, thank you, men, women, children of all ages, for being here over the last couple of days. We're presenting information, the Heartland Institute and our friends and allies, last month at the 14th International Conference on Climate Change here in Glasgow at our Climate Reality Forum. Next week, we will be in Gera, Germany, partnering with the European Institute for Climate and Energy with another climate conference really focused on European issues and European science, economic, and policy experts. That one I don't believe will be live streamed, but videos of the presentations are usually made available soon thereafter. They're always made available soon thereafter. The fact of the matter is what we have here is basically you have on the one hand, you have these climate hypocrites that are prancing around in Glasgow saying the things that they think people want to hear. Joe Biden flies here. He stays here for what, 48 hours at the most, as do other world leaders, and they leave. They leave because they're not here to talk about how to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. There's no need to do so, but even if they think there is a reason to do so, if you're going to stay 48 hours and leave, why did you spread your CO2 plague by flying here and flying back and accomplishing nothing? It's all grandstanding. That's the reason why that's the reason why that particular mindset is the reason why we saw the election results we saw yesterday in the United States. It's the reason why just one short year from now, a lot of these hypocrites are going to be thrown out on the streets. And the beauty of this is, as much as they would love to keep us down using climate change as a reason to do so, they have accomplished little legislatively. All they've been able to accomplish is by executive order, which can be reversed. We're fighting an uphill battle with the media. Sometimes we're fighting an uphill battle with policymakers. But the fact of the matter is, they are frustrated beyond belief that they have not gotten us under their thumb. Us being the American people, free citizens around the world. Don't give up the fight, because in that regard, ask your climate activist groups. Ask who's winning. They'll say we're winning. We're winning on the science. They won't say that, but we are. We're winning in public opinion. And we're winning regarding policymakers. They have not been able to do what they achieved. Folks, that's due to you. That's due to your voices being made. When policymakers understand that voters and the grassroots will not allow them to get away with all of these over-the-top measures that are being proposed here, well, those policymakers, those politicians are going to shy away from implementing those policies, and that's exactly what's happened. So let them prance, let them preen, let Joe Biden come here, fall asleep for a while, and then go back home. The fact of the matter is, with your help, with the help of all these fantastic groups that we partner with at the Heartland Institute that we're so happy to work with, we will continue winning. So thank you very much. We look forward to seeing some of you in Germany next week. And